So I need you to find the things on the box in 20 seconds maximum. Okay, choose what number?
One.
Only one? Okay. I see most of you choose number one.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's start, everybody. Find anything you always use for study. Let's go.
I found it.
Oh, Gazi, get out of the room. I think.
I got this.
All right. Okay. Show me. Where's mine? This one is mine. It's actually the one that I use for teaching. But yeah. Anyway, Miss Julie or Miss Hera, do you find something any interesting from students?
Oh, okay. I'll try to find it.
Oh, Yara, what do you got? You. Oh, all of you get your pencil?
I got my pen and my hair tie because I usually tie my hair.
Okay. Let's start. Okay. Let's start the other one. Okay. Next one. Some of these one is need to find it longer. Which number?
Four.
Number four. Okay. Number 4. Find something that makes you happy in your room. Okay. Good. Come on, think and find it. Come on.
What is this? Oh my god.
Oh, some of you. Me? How about me? What makes me happy? Probably this one. This is a Pokemon coin.
Oh.
This is a Pokemon coin.
Pokemon.
Anybody wants to share? Okay, Z, what? How can that make you happy? Tell me.
I like to paint when I'm sad or something. Yeah.
Oh, you paint.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And then also any other else?
Yeah.
Perhaps. Oh, number 23 from Boomho. Oh, sorry. How do I call you?
Yim Soo-won.
Oh, Yim Soo-won. Tell me why that one makes you happy.
I played this one happy.
Oh, okay. So you have to play with that one. Okay, it is the same like this one. Okay. Oh, Joy have the dog. Is that a dog?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, great. Most of you get this one, the phone. I also like iPhone. Yeah. Making me happy as well.
Total 5 fingers, right or left hand, doesn't matter. Just like this. Let's do. Okay. Let's show me your fingers. Okay. Then fold a finger if you match the sentence. For example, fold your fingers who wears glasses.
Oh.
Okay.
Don't wear glasses. Okay.
Okay.
And who's handsome? I'm handsome.
I'm handsome. I'm not.
Everyone folding their hands.
You can fold any fingers. Let's start from a person who win the rock scissors paper with me. Okay. Okay. Rock scissors paper. Yeah. Rock. Just hold your. Okay. Hold your. Tata, you can start first. Okay. Let's stretch our fingers and listen to Jata.
Or like instant noodle.
Instant noodle.
Me.
Okay. And noodle.
Noodle.
Instant noodle. I want to pick Jaewon-chae.
Jaewon-chae.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold your fingers. Who is a male?
What?
It's a male.
Male. Boy, boy,
The
male.
male is
you're male.
boy. Is boy.
Oh.
Hey, you're the boy too.
Sister Maria.
Who?
Elena.
Elena.
Oh, hold your finger if you're wearing headset or earphones.
No.
아이고, only one finger.
Then
아이고, one finger. Wow.
Come on, Elena.
please controlling. I want to get money. 45 billion.
Elena, choose one. Another.
Reina.
Reina.
Hold your finger if you don't wear glasses.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
done.
I die.
Okay.
I die.
Okay, Sister Maria died.
I die. Everyone. Goodbye.
I die.
I'm still safe.
Grades in Gagasilya. We used to study in this classroom. In Gagasilya, we have a library named Amuloka. Starting from the Gagasilya Elementary School.
Same as Fadia teacher. Do you have any question for our school, Kumo school?
Anyone?
No.
Isa?
Okay. Then next time we will show more thing about our real lesson or real learning in our school. Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Okay, Miss Julie, you wanna say something?
Yeah, I want to say that I'm very proud of you. I came to every room and I saw that you talk much, you talk each other, you explain about your own school, and it was very interesting, and I'm glad to see that. Yeah, proud of you, children. Yeah,
Yes.
big applause for us. Big applause. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. See you again.
Bye, Gumho.
If you can chat with your friends, just chat. Okay?
This is actually 4 years in the making because we started speaking with students from Suan Academy of World Language in 2019, and we planned for this visit in 2020, and that didn't happen. And 2021 and 22, but here we are finally in 2023, so I'm really excited to welcome you. We have a lot in store for today.
I want to first of all welcome students and staff from the Suan Academy. I want to thank Mr. McKenna and the principal from Suan for keeping this alive. I know this has been something in the planning stages for quite a while, and we let a pandemic. We had no choice, but the pandemic got in the way, but here you are. So, I welcome you to the United States, I welcome you to the state of New Jersey, and I welcome you to the Scotch Plains family. It's great to have you here. I see you have some exciting things in store for you, both today and beyond through your travels. So welcome. What I'd like to do, we have an outstanding music program at Scotch Plains Family High School. And we also have an outstanding jazz band. It's the #1 jazz band in the state of New Jersey.
우선 저희를 이렇게 환영해 주셔서 감사합니다. 그리고 이번 방문을 위해서 그동안 애써주신 모든 교직원 여러분께도 감사드립니다. 그러니까 교장 선생님께도 말씀하셨듯이 우리 두 학교는 2020년부터 교류를 약속했습니다. 안타깝게도 그 해에 팬데믹이 있었죠. 그래서 교류와 방문이 어려웠습니다. 그렇지만 2021년도부터는 서로 편지와 구글 클래스룸을 통해서 지속적으로 교류를 이어오고 있었습니다. 그리고 드디어 오늘 저희가 그동안 굉장히 기다리고 있었던 첫 번째 방문을 하게 되어 너무너무 기쁩니다.
We're here to introduce our school, Suan Academy of World Languages.
Suan Academy of World Languages is a foreign language high school located in Suwon, Gyeonggi province of South Korea.
As it is a school that specializes in learning languages, language classes take up a big portion of our schedules. The first period we'll join is English major. The English major is divided into 3 classes, and each class attains 8 hours of intensified English a week. There are many activities to enjoy for English major students, such as Global Village Festival, English drama play, and presentation class.
English majors do not only focus on their majors, but also get to choose a minor out of the 4 languages left. For example, I'm an English-French major, meaning that I'm minor in French. No matter the minor, we take 4 classes a week so that the students can have the opportunity to learn not only their major language, but also minor languages professionally.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Маша. Я учусь во 2 классе в Spunской гимназии иностранных языков. Third period is Russian major. The Russian major has a lot of unique activities, and one of the students' favorite is learning recipes in Russian with a native teacher and making traditional Russian food. So far, we made pelmeni, blini, medovik, and piroshki, which were all delicious. We are also getting to know Russian and Russian culture beyond the food.
こんにちは。今から損害国語高等学の日本語科について紹介させていただきます。
In the fourth period, we are going to introduce the Japanese major. We don't have a Japanese major here on the spot, but I'm here on their behalf. The Japanese major has their own special activities like a book talk. Every year, our school invites a Japanese author and we ask questions regarding their books. Also, there's a drama club called Spotlight. Through Japanese cuisine and cultural experience, the Japanese major fully engage themselves in the school programs. This November, Japanese students will also be visiting Seoul for an international exchange with the Japanese major. If SPF High School gets the chance to visit us, keep in mind that we are always here to welcome you.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Dani. Je vais vous présenter le français majeur et mineur en ce moment. We're on to our 5th period, and it's time to introduce French classes. Like I mentioned before, I study French at Seoul, but it's my minor, so let me introduce briefly about it. For reading, we have a Korean teacher. She also focuses heavily on grammar. For speaking and writing, we have a native French teacher, and she helps us mostly with pronunciations and encourages to speak with confidence.
大家好，我叫南雄文，欢迎来到学园外语高中汉语班。For the next period, let me introduce the Chinese major. Unlike other majors, Chinese majors have 2 foreign teachers so that they could learn about Chinese cultures and songs. Also, Chinese majors are famous for their various cooking classes. Recently, Chinese majors had a cooking contest where they made lots of kinds of Chinese dishes.
Then, what's for the last period?
The last period is a school club, so students can participate in 2 clubs. In academic clubs, from political diplomacy club to the MUN club, students can join clubs that are related to the future. And in hobby
The
clubs,
2025 International Exchange and Cooperation Conference will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants taking their seats.
From 5:10 to 6 p.m., we have after-school activities. From 6 to 7, we have dinner and rest for a bit. From 7:20 to 9:20, with a 20-minute break in between, and 9:40 to 11:10 afterwards, Solians study on their own and head back to our dorms to finish our day.
This was us introducing our school. We are honored to have been invited and hope to continue this relationship in the future. If you want to know more about Seoul, feel free to ask your buddy.
This was us, Suminam,
Hani Kim, and Minsu Lee speaking. Thank you for listening. We hope you find it interesting.
What's your name?
Sean.
Sean.
Yeah. Lucas.
Lucas.
And then you guys? Names?
I'm Dinos.
Okay.
My name is Annalise. My name is Liz.
Okay. Ready. Nice to meet you guys.
How old are you?
17.
Oh.
17.
In Korea, you're 18 and we are 17.
Okay.
Yeah. You also 17?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's nice.
What do you guys think of the school so far? Like, how's it been? How do you like it? Yeah, this school here.
I think, first of all, I'm very thankful to invite us to our school. And I love your cheerleader groups because they're very fight.
Thank you.
Hallway is really cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
We can see this hallway is in movie.
Yeah.
High-teen movie.
Yeah.
So, really cool.
Yeah,
I like it.
What is your favorite food?
Right? My favorite food is spaghetti.
We've been traveling here for 3 days. 3 days past, and French fries was really nice. Yeah.
마음속 작은 화분 하나 어떤 걸 심을까 고민하다가 딱딱한 흙으로 덮여 있어
The 2025 International Exchange and Cooperation Conference will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats. Simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English is available today. You can find the receivers on your seat. Channel 1 for Korean, Channel 2 for English. Please feel free to use the receiver if needed. And please be sure to return it to on the table after the event. For smooth proceedings, please set your mobile phones and devices to silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. We'll begin momentarily.
I
Now let us begin the 2025 International Exchange and Cooperation Conference. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bang Hee-jung, the host of the 2025 International Exchange and Cooperation Conference. I am Senior School Inspector at the International Cooperation Division at the Gyeonggido Office of Education. Global educational cooperation for a peaceful and sustainable global village. That is the theme of today's conference, and we are having this event at the National Institute for International Education, and it is currently live streamed on the YouTube channel of the Gyeonggido Office of Education. Before we commence our proceedings, we'll take a pledge of allegiance to our nation. Please kindly rise from your seats and face the national flag. If you are unable to stand up, you can sit your seats and then pledge to the nation. Salute to the flag. Thank you. Please be seated. Next, I'd like to introduce some of our distinguished guests joining us today. Please welcome Governor Im Tae-hee of Gyeonggido Office of Education. Professor Greg William Mizek, Beijing Normal University. Professor Josephine M. Kim from Harvard Graduate School of Education. President Kim Young-jin, Director General Kim Young-jin from Gyeonggido Office of Education. President Kim Jin-suk of Gyeonggido Institute of Education. Director Son Hae-jung of Policy Planning Division from Gyeonggido Office of Education. And many of directors from various district education offices from Gyeonggido Office of Education. And we have many esteemed guests, but I ask your understanding if I'm unable to introduce each individuals. And we have many teachers joining us today. And please welcome each other by giving a big round of applause. Thank you very much and welcome everyone once again. And now we'll invite Governor Im Tae-hee for his opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I'm Governor Im Tae-hee. I believe it is the hottest day of the year, but I thank everyone for gracing this occasion to the 2025 International Exchange and Cooperation Conference. as I have this great opportunity to deliver the opening speech, I am deeply honored. We've gathered here at this conference to discuss directions and action plans under the theme of Global Educational Cooperation for a Peaceful and Sustainable Global Village. I sincerely welcome and thank all participants, including experts, educators, and those joining us online at home and abroad. Thank you very much. In particular, I'd like to extend special thanks to Professor Greg and Professor Josephine Kim. And I'd also like to thank Director Han Sang-shin. I believe he's not able to join us today, but I still want to thank Director Han Sang-shin for giving us this wonderful venue today. Today, humanity is facing an era of great transformation driven by rapid advances in science and technology, coupled with climate change, instability in the international order, escalating conflicts including wars, and a weakening global leadership and systems. For resolving global issues, the world is experiencing an unprecedented complex crisis. In this global context, our education community has a responsibility to discuss and take action on how education must evolve and what role it should play in addressing global challenges. Compared to other fields, collaborative efforts through education make it relatively easier to overcome differences and build global consensus. In this sense, I firmly believe that education holds the key to unlocking hope for the future of Global Village. The Gyeonggido Office of Education is fully committed to leading the way in creating a better future through education and fostering a more peaceful and just world through international educational cooperation. I sincerely hope this conference serves as a meaningful opportunity for all participants to exchange valuable ideas, gain insights for the future, and develop actionable plans through solidarity and cooperation. Thank you all for your efforts and endeavors, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Governor Im Tae, the governor of the Gyeonggido Education Conference, who opened today's conference with the theme of Global Educational Cooperation for a Peaceful and Sustainable Global Village. Now let us begin the conference. First, we have Professor Greg William Misasek from Beijing Normal University. He will give a keynote presentation under the topic of thickening internalization of education, essential teaching, collaborations, and research in a globalizing world. With a big round of applause.
Thank you. I want to thank first the institutions and everyone's invitation and hard work in inviting me here and to this wonderful conference. So, I'm going to start the timer because I'm very bad at timing and I only have about 75 slides, so there's no way that I'll get through them, but I'll try some. So, this is my overall title, Thickening Internationalization of Education. So, just a couple of things. And what does that really mean? This is kind of the overview, and hopefully we'll get through a half of it. But it's also this aspect of thickening. What do I mean by thickening? Or what do other people take from that? This was an article by Gardine and Michael Apple. This aspect of thickening democracy, thickening education, thickening this aspect of what is citizenship and what are our roles in the world as teachers, as students, that we are all still students also, how can we thicken rather than thin? And that's kind of my overall presentation. A lot of it is coming from aspects of theories and of, say, research, and I focus a lot on higher education, but also how does that affect what happens in the classroom? How does that affect teacher education? So I'm going to relate it back in various ways. So just to give you an overview of my own work, a lot of it is critical theories, the work of Paulo Freire, which many of you might know, but some of you might not know, but I'll say a couple of things about that, and a lot on ecopedagogy, critical environmental education, critical global citizenship, all these different aspects. And a lot of my own work works on all these aspects of peace education and conflict, and this aspect of diversity and Freire and all these different things. How can we have our classrooms as that we're incorporating a thick internationalization of cooperations, of research, of all these different aspects? In critical theories, this is a picture of Freire. I'm going to go through 5 different things just to give kind of a grounding on some of the things that I'm arguing for, and many others have. One is this aspect that teaching happens inside the classroom, which is important, but just equally important is what happens outside the classroom, and how does that get brought into the classroom. And within aspects of, say, internationalization or international partnerships, how can we bring in this rich teaching from different perspectives, from different epistemologies, meaning different knowledges and ways of knowing? How it's not only what happens within the classroom, but also what is brought into the classroom. How do we work with communities? People like Michael Apple from University of Wisconsin talks about that education, schooling is not just the classroom or the buildings, but it's the community from locally to globally, and I would say to planetary-wise too, including the rest of nature. The other aspect that Freire talked about is this aspect of dialogue. How can we have thick, rich dialogue that is diverse, bringing in different perspectives, but also making it so the students understand new concepts. So Freire was very much this aspect of against this, that teachers teach and the students just listen, that the students aren't part of their own educational system, but it's just giving knowledge. What Freire talked about is that this is important, but also students as teachers and also students' discussions. How can we thicken these aspects of, say, diversity, international diversity of knowledges, of ways of knowing, of perspectives, of not having it as a hierarchical aspect of teachers and students, but also I'll explain some more with culturally too. There's also this aspect, this is a picture of the Dar es Salaam coastline in Tanzania that I took. The reason why I took this, other than showing off my photography skills, is this aspect of a horizon. And how do I bring that in, or how do other people bring that in, is this third aspect that that teaching, education should be this aspect of utopia. This aspect that it should counter this aspect that education only is going towards one fatalism, one aspect of future, or some people call it that we have to teach for multiple futures. This aspect of possibilities. Paulo Freire said that if education is anything, it's to have students dream and go towards those dreams. And it's this aspect of utopia, this aspect of what do you want from the future, but it has to be grounded. It isn't so much that, I want a garage full of Ferraris, but it's this aspect that it's grounded in justice, in peace, in equity. I'm going to talk a lot about this, and I know the other presenter will too, quite a bit. This aspect of livelihood and personhood. What is valuable? And this aspect of people have multiple identities and multiple ways that they value and see, and ethics and cultural aspects and things like that. And I would also, this aspect of planetary sustainability. So it's this aspect also, which even complicates things more, is this aspect of how can we use diversity, internationalization, with this aspect that it's for globally all-inclusive, meaning not just us in the classroom, not just us as a country, but us overall as humans, but I would also say for the rest of the planet, especially when we're talking about climate change and all these different aspects. And how can we reimagine utopias? Not just one utopia, but multiple utopias. So it's this aspect of also unlearning false common sense that leads towards falsely justifying injustices, othering, inequalities, violence, things like that. And also basically what I was saying, that how can we use multiple epistemologies, ways of knowing, perspectives, experiences, histories, all these different aspects. The fifth one is connected to this, is that have to have utopia within education, this aspect of hope, with, say, Freire's aspect of dialogue, this aspect of how can we do problem-posing education so it leads towards transformation, towards change, towards a better world, but also towards people being able to live out their own livelihoods, their own development. And a lot of times talking about justice for individuals or populations, but it's also this aspect of how much did we lose as societies that we other populations, that we don't fully educate to a maximum other populations. For example, if in many parts of the world, if education quality is tied towards socioeconomics, what have the individual lost, but also what have we lost as a society? For many parts of the world, how has not educating, not giving justice to half of the population that were female, how has that affected education? So it's all these larger issues too. But without hope, it's this aspect of how can we even have things that students are going towards in their own lives, but also within society, and I would say the rest of Earth, of the planet too. And what Freire talks about is that talking about what is currently happening in lessons and what is possible, what should be happening, and what are those limit situations, those barriers. And praxis goes into all these different things where it should be for students to have more reflexivity, both within the local communities, but also, especially currently, more as a global outlook, more diversity internationally and things like that. And a lot of the work that I focus on too is literacies. How can we teach students how to read? It's important to have more knowledges, it's important to know more, but it's equally as important that there's no way that we can teach everything that can be taught, especially in such a fast, dynamic world. How can we have them read, for example, the internet? Or over lunch, we had a wonderful discussion on AI, artificial intelligence. How can they read what's true and what's not true? And there's a lot of work being done out there, say, on post-digitalism and things like that. But how can we read society? So for Freire, was this aspect of how do we teach to read the word, to read the world? Read well beyond a screen, well beyond, a book. Those are very important, but also societies overall, movies, advertisement, all these different things. So a lot of my work is this aspect of education, but not just education in schooling, but also informal and non-formal education. And I often challenge my students asking them, do they learn more within the classroom or outside the classroom, talking with each other and things like that. And also this aspect of literacy, say Robert Tierney, who was a past dean of University of British Columbia, Sydney, and others, works on literacy. How can we replace passive, receptive, asocial, acultural, apolitical, and so on reading, going towards this aspect of being transliterary, being able for students to be able to read and reread their world, other people's world, viewing what is this social injustices, what they want to do with their lives, all these different things. And Rob talks about it in higher education, but higher education, as I'm talking about it and others, it affects education overall. It affects that higher education is an aspiration of of all levels of education. It's also the research that comes out of higher education that very much goes towards policies. It's also teacher education. It's all these different things. So they're very much connected, to say the least. And within eco-pedagogy, that I'll talk a little bit about if I don't lose too much time, is it's also reading it beyond the world of humans, but also the rest of nature. And testing and assessments and trying to figure out competencies and things like that is so very important. But this was from Marope, and this is paraphrased from various talks and discussions I've had with her. She was a director of the International Bureau of Education, but I talked with her in Johannesburg and Beijing and Geneva and others, and she presented, we test for things that are easy to test for too often, and we ignore those things that are difficult to test for. So I think one of the key things was internationalization and the thickness. It is important for better test scores. It is good for assessment for teachers. It's all these good things. But it's also those things that are so very important: peace, sustainability, justice, that conflict between peace and justice. All these different things that are so very much important. And also just want to point out too, with dialogue, conflict is not bad. Within critical theories, within critical pedagogy, conflict is good. It's conflict that leads towards violence that is bad. So it is this aspect that we're always going to have arguments with each other. We're always going to have different perspectives. That's what makes us humans. But how can we make sure that it doesn't lead towards violence? And that's what's important. And within comparative education, which I guess kind of an expert in somewhat, I guess, this aspect of how does internationalization, how does globalization affect local education? And there's this whole continuum from this book down here. But, you know, it's from imposed to being negotiated under constraint, but hopefully we do something like purposely borrowed. And it's this aspect with collaborations, with teaching. There isn't one best education system. There isn't one best way of knowing, of knowledges, of all these different things. It's trying to compare and contrast what are the differences, what are the commonalities, and how can we contextually lend and borrow towards having a more inclusive, a better education, a better society overall. And these contested trains of globalizations. How does globalization affect education? And globalization means that it's pluralized by, say, Carlos Alberto Torres, his work, this aspect that it's not so much just coming from above, literally, that there's a central power going down, but it's this aspect of how can we make sure that people have voices within their schooling, within being parents, within the community. How does globalization affect education, and how can we use it opposingly also to very much expand, diversify knowledges, understandings, this sense of hope, not just for ourselves and our students, but also so our students understand others' differences as a plus rather than a minus a lot of times. And that's one of the things, in case I don't get into citizenship, how can we disrupt a lot of times traditional citizenship that is seen as citizen versus non-citizen. It's very important natural citizenship, but it's also this aspect, especially in a globalizing world, how can we have students understand the world better? And going towards that, and what do those collaborations look like? What do those pedagogies look like? All these different aspects. And also this aspect, what is the end point of globalization? Is it something like Robert Arnold says and argues against westernization, but how can it also decenter westernization? I always tell my students, there's a lot of great things coming from the West, but not everything good is coming from the West by far either. And also, similar to global citizenship, A lot of people use this term, and it's this wonderful thing. It very much can be, but like Lynette Schultz at University of Alberta talks about, it's also very much of a contested trait. Are we going towards this aspect of a neoliberal citizenship, meaning that everything comes down to profiteering for the self and the private sphere and not for others, for example? How can it be more this aspect of what she talks about is transformalist and radical global citizenship? Radical meaning that possibilities for system changes for a better world and things like that. Or this aspect that with comparisons, like I said before, that it isn't just a country A that's not doing well socioeconomically, or at least economically, then country B is doing well and it's associated with their education. And we just put down country A's education into country B and everything's going to be wonderful. This almost never works. There's things that we can contextually lend and borrow from each other, and each other's ways of teaching, each other's ways of knowledges, understandings, cultures, ethics, all these different things. And unfortunately, comparative education has a long history of doing this in different ways. And it's also the research. But research beyond, writing papers and these long funding things, but thinking of research as also just questions students have in the classroom. I tell my students, them writing a paper, them giving arguments is research in itself. Trying to understand those questions that we all have about education and other things. How can it also be, international research can also be collaborative, that also not just interviewing teachers or policymakers, which is very interesting, but also interviewing community members, parents, all these different things. And also internationally, how can that be brought into internationalizing, thickening a classroom? And I won't go through all these, but this aspect of trying to look at it more rather than like having a global north to global south transfer of teaching, of policies, or thinking that one school system is so much better than the other, that there's this contextual lending and borrowing between many. And with comparisons, for example, this was a presidential lecture from Nidri Asu Lubumbo, who I work with extensively with. She asks this aspect of critically looking at comparisons. What are we comparing? What are the assumptions? What are the features? What do we want? And also the methodologies. Now this is very much research focused and things like that, but it also comes down to classrooms. What do we want in the classroom? How do we want the classroom, what do we want as outcomes, and why is that? And also questioning our own biases and things like that. So I only have a minute and 20 seconds left. So just a couple things, questioning development, whose development, but also wanted to come to this slide where citizenships, very much traditional natural citizenship, but it's citizenships with multiple spheres of citizen and citizenship education, from local to global, regional to also global. But it all comes down to this aspect of how is it felt on the local level within our schooling, and how can we bring in the good aspects of internationalization, of globalization, so it helps to have the students understand themselves, but also help to understand each other globally. And I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to the picture. Oh, I did get to the picture. Last picture, 10 seconds. It's this question about the fish in the fishbowl, which is part of research. Who knows more about the fish and its environment, the fish or the observer? And I think the question is with internationalization and thickening, it's not just understanding other societies, other ways of knowing, but also better understanding oneself's understanding also. So, thank you very much. I had so many more slides, and I won't be able to get through them, but I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Craig. Global cooperation is the core and pedagogy and global cooperation changes the way we teach. Thank you very much. Greg, please give him a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. And now we'll invite Josephine Kim, professor from Harvard Graduate School of Education, and she will deliver a presentation on the
21st century라는 주제로 강연을 해주겠습니다. 우리 띵킹 디신 웰컴.
century. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. I'm sure you're happy to hear
잠깐 인사말만 한국말로 하고요. 또 영어로 하겠습니다. 저를 보시면 어떤 생각이 나시나요? 오늘 주제가 생각나시지 않으세요?
Can you think of the theme of today's presentation? Well, I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't need the interpretation services.
Speaking both Korean and English, and I have the privilege of representing two countries, right? 굉장히 큰 특권이에요.
It is a great privilege.
We have to travel somewhere else to get. 이제는 우리 아이들도 다 맛볼 수 있는 그 세대가
Now
왔어요.
this is
That's
something that
exciting.
all
Yes?
the people can actually enjoy.
졸리신가요? That's so
Are
exciting.
you
이제 세계가 플레이그라운드가 된 거예요.
now the world has become the playground for the people.
신기하시죠? 네, 그렇다면은
So
우리가 지금까지 해왔던 방법으로
all the
계속
things
가르치면
that we have
될까요? What do
done,
you think?
do you think we can just teach as we did before?
네. World Savvy라는 organization이 있는데요.
There is an organization called World Savvy, and this organization
맺어가지고 it's an organization that educates schools on global education. 근데 거기서 보니까 they say we have to now be global in our thinking. One, because it's a fast-changing world. 세계가 너무 빨리 바뀌고 있다라는 거예요. 근데 저는 너무 신기한 게 one question I always have. 아이들과 얘기를 하다 보면은 they're still reading the same books I read when I was young. They're still doing the same assignments that I was doing in the same way when I was young. I say, how? How is that possible? 물론 클래식이라는 게 있죠, right?
Of
We all
course,
need to
there's
read
always a classical
Shakespeare
way.
at some point, right? We all need to read some sort of historical novel, of course. 한국에서는 유관순에 대해서 알아야 돼요. Of course, there are
For
classic
example, we need
things we
to
need to
learn
know.
about Yugansun
근데
in Korea.
어쩌면
But yet, today's people, today's students, the way they are taught, how can it be identical as the way that I was taught?
It's a fast-changing world. 넘어갔네요. We're also looking at a more diverse community. 어디를 가나 한국에 요즘 텔레비전에 흑인들도 나오고
Now you
백인들도
see
나오고
African
혼혈
American
분들도 많이
in the
나오시고
TV
it's amazing.
shows.
아닌가요? Right? Young people, it's amazing, right? 특히 흑인이 막 한국어,
In
right?
particular,
특히
now
사투리
you
할
see
때는
people
저도
in
기가
different
막혀요.
colors speaking
어떻게 저렇게
Korean,
잘해?
and I'm
저보다도
also
한국어를
amused
더
that they
잘할
can
수가
speak
있어요.
better Korean than
Why?
me.
Because that is the fast-changing world, and we're becoming much more diverse. How amazing. But the third one is so important. It's an evolving workforce. According to worldsavvy.org, they're saying 85% of our young people, they will be in a position that we don't even understand or know about right now. Did you understand that? 지금 학생들 85%가
85% of the students or young people today will leave or do the jobs that they don't even understand in the future. Then, do we still need to teach them as we did?
Right? We have to change and we have to educate you differently. Why? Because you have to be prepared differently. 저는 오늘 이 컨퍼런스를 준비하면서
As I
계속
prepare
마음이
this conference,
벅찼어요.
I was
I feel so
very
emotional right now.
emotional.
일단은 제가 팬데믹 이후로
First of all,
한국에서 이렇게 활동하는
it's
것이
my
this is the first one.
first time
반가우시죠?
actually coming to
네,
Korea
그동안
after
좀
the
쉬느라고
COVID-19
사실
pandemic.
활동을 안 했는데
I
일단은
was
that makes me
kind
very
of
emotional.
dormant, but that's why
근데 두 번째는
I became
뭐냐면
very emotional.
until now if you look at the history of Korea, we were about survival. You agree? We were about survival. We had a terrible war. There was extreme poverty. People were dying. And then we said, we have to educate and survive. It is the only way to climb the social ladder in Korea, and that's why it was so important to educate, right? 근데요, 이제는 서바이벌 하고 나니까
However, now we survived.
요거밖에 안
But in the
보이거든요.
process of
Is that
survival,
right?
we only saw
When
a
you're
little.
surviving, 오늘은 뭐 먹지? 이게
You
가장
only
중요한
think about what should I
질문이에요.
eat
What do we
today?
eat? Right? What about tomorrow? 당장 지금 이게 너무너무 중요한데
Now, right
we're
now
past
matters.
that. 그거를 지나왔다는 게 감격스러우지 않으세요?
But now you've
That's
passed,
so
and that's
emotional.
another
Give
that
yourself
makes
a
you
pat on the back.
emotional.
한번 진짜 we're so proud. Yeah, we should be so proud of this nation. 자부심 안 생기세요? 근데 이제 서바이벌 모드를 지나와서
But as we passed
이제는
the
we can
survival
look up
mode,
and see the broader world. Not be restricted by our own nation. 지금까지는 학생들 너 몇 등이야? 자주
now you
물어보시죠.
ask, I'm sure
100점
you
맞아서
ask this
너만 100점
question a
맞았어?
lot. What's your ranking
이런
and
질문은
scores?
이제는 우리 아이들을 어떻게 보면은 we're
But-
restricting our students. Right? It's not about are you doing well in your school? 니네 반에서 몇 등이야? 니네 학교에서 몇 등이야?
What's your ranking?
전국
How
몇 등이야?
good are
이거는
you in
사실
your
it's
classroom
not
school?
important. Why? Because you have something much bigger now to think about. The world is your playing ground, right? The world is your playing ground. It's also increasingly complex. 미국이라는 나라가 right? 선진국이라고 저희가 늘 얘기를 하죠.
The
right?
US, we say
Everybody
it's an
looks up
advanced
to
country.
United States. Why? 비밀 알려드릴까요?
Do you want to
이민자들이
know the
많아서
secret?
그래요.
It's because it's a
그게 왜
melting pot.
중요할까? Why is
They
that
have a lot of
important?
immigrants.
미국에 있는 사람들이 생각하지 못하는 것들을 한국에 온 분이 생각을 해요.
Well, because you can
오.
bring new
그러면서
perspectives.
이게 미국에서 이제 우리 아이디어로
And
어댑트를
that
해버리는 거예요.
the US
이해되셨나요?
observed this new
This is
perspective and
why it's
ideas
so
into their
important to be
own.
diverse. 왜냐하면 내가 특히 아이들은요 자기 자신에 대해서 한 가지밖에 모른다고
Well,
하는데
kids
뭘까요?
only
It
know
is what is
about one
reflected
thing.
back to them. 나에게 다시 비춰지는 것을 내가 그것밖에 모른다면
They only know the
아이들에게
ones
이제
they
우리가
are
얼마나 더
reflected on.
많은 것을 비춰줘야
Then
될까요?
how much do we have to
Right?
show them
그리고
and make
우리
them reflect on?
안에서만 solve하지
And within
못하는
us,
문제들이 많을 텐데
there are many
이
problems that we
미국이라는
cannot
나라
solve
같은
ourselves.
경우에는
But
so
in terms
many
of the United
immigrants.
States,
In fact, it is 100% almost immigrant nation, except the indigenous Native Americans, right? 원주민이라고 하나요? 그분들만 빼곤 다 이민자인 거예요. 다 자기
other than
곳곳
natives, all the
나라에서
people are
아이디어를
coming from
가지고
different
오고,
ideas,
생활
coming from
방식을
different
가지고
country
오고.
with the
This
different
is what
ideas
makes
and
the
different
United
perspectives.
States pretty great. 한국도 이제 우리는 사실 survival mode 할 때
But
어땠나요?
Korea,
We were a
during
nation
the
that was very
survival
protective.
mode,
Why? Because we were always targeted by greater powers, right? So 남이 우리를 reject 하기 전에 우리는 어떻게 하죠? I reject you first, right? And we're better than you, right? And we're exclusive. But if you think about it, now it's our opportunity to open ourselves to the world, right? 이러다가 이제 슬라이드 하나밖에 못 하겠네. So what does this mean? Who is a global citizen? 아까 Greg 교수님도 너무 잘 설명을 해주셨는데요. Someone
Actually,
who is
Professor
aware of
Greg
the
really
wider
explained
world
it
and
well.
understands their place in it. 저는 한국에 오면은 집 같고 미국에 다시 가면
Well,
집
as
같아요.
I'm in Korea, I feel like Korea is my home. The same goes for the US. But as I switch back and forth between two countries, I believe more than 100 times, I feel like these two countries are my homes. But one thing that's very interesting is
I feel very, very comfortable. 왜일까요? 한국과 미국을 떠나서
why is it?
there are transferable skills that I'm taking with me, right? 한국에 오면 갑자기 제가 뭐를 더 해야 되죠?
Well, when I come to
안녕하세요,
Korea,
안녕하세요.
I bow more.
아니요.
I say
미국에서 그런 거
no,
아니에요,
but I
백인들은,
don't do
right?
it in the US.
저에게 뭐 물어보면 바로 얘기해줘요.
Well, when they ask a
아니,
question, I just
어떻게
answer.
하실까요?
But what
먼저
about
물어보는데
Korea?
그게
When they ask,
문화거든요.
that's just the culture in Korea.
Even if I'm not in Korea or the United States, those are skills that I take with me, right? 그래서 알고 보니까 이 글로벌 에듀케이션이라는 것은
So when it comes to global education,
교육이 입시 위주
Korean education was very centered by Korean SAT and memorization. But now you can get all the answers just prompting artificial intelligence. Actually, my kid is learning math, but one thing that I feel bad about is, well, in the future, maybe there be a lot of tools that enable mathematics without using brain.
Process of learning that, right? 그래서 우리는 어떻게 보면 이제는 콘텐츠를 가르치는 게 아니라
now rather than teaching content,
we have to teach competencies, right? Skills that you can take to Africa when you go, that you can take to South America, right? These transferable skills, not so much formulas, not so much the content, but again, competencies. 여기 보면은 global awareness and mindedness. 내가 이 한국 사회에 살고 있지만 저 같은 경우에는 미국에서 점심 때도 잠깐
well, I
나눴지만
live in the US, but before I came to Korea, I watched a lot of Korean
일단은
TV shows.
언어가 I have
You
to
know
switch
what?
over, right? 이게 쉽지 않아요, 나이 드니까.
Well, it doesn't get easier as I grow older.
어떤 일이 일어나고 있는지가 감이 와요.
And I can grasp what's going on in Korea as I watch Korean TV shows. I actually watch Dr. Oh Young's TV shows a lot as well.
What am I doing? Even though I'm in the United States, I'm being global-minded about what it's going to be like in Korea. 미국에서도 when I'm studying something, I always think, wait a minute, can this be applied to Korea? If this can be applied to Korea, 제가 상담자잖아요. If I'm doing counseling in Korea, how would this look different? What needs to change to be more culturally relevant? Right? These are very important skills to have. 근데 그 질문 자체, 내 자신에게 물어볼
And
수
the
있다는
question,
것 자체가
asking
that's
yourself,
global education, right? You getting me? Understand? Yeah? 여기 테이블 너무 마음에 들어요.
I like this table a lot.
Self-awareness in a global context. 내가 쓰레기를 막 버리고 나면, right?
After you throw a trash, for example, Singapore, if you go to there,
아시나요? You can't buy gum in Singapore. Why? Because they had a terrible accident where kids took gum, chewed up gum, and they put it on subway doors and it wouldn't open. So after that, they outlawed gum. So that's one way of solving a society's problem. Or do we say something about throwing away chewed gum is not right? Which one do you think is better education? What do you think? It's recognizing that my decisions here in Korea, what you choose to do on the internet, what you choose to post on social media actually impacts the greater world. That is a social awareness, and that's true global education, to be able to think about that. Understand perspective taking and contextual knowledge. 남의 입장이 돼보는 거. 이거 너무 중요한
putting yourself in others' shoes. So I have a kid,
He's 13, American age. 근데 한국을 요번에 30번째 오는 거예요.
it's been the 30 times since I have visited of Korean visits.
When he met some friends랑 이제 플레이데이트를 하는데, Mom, that boy touched me 그러는 거예요. 그리고 할머니가 예쁘시다고 주로 한국
And do you know how Korean grandmothers are? They kind of hit you on the shoulders.
이게 뭐죠? 문화를 이해를 못하고
This comes from not understanding of the perspectives and the cultural context. But as he comes Korea more often, he understands the culture, and he now understands that hitting the shoulders is kind of a way to show the love. So
그게 때리는
Now he understands that it's affection, a way to show affection. So that's the way to express affection.
Right? 이거가 바로 global education이 아닐까요? Understanding cultural differences, diversity and equity. 저도 사실은 옛날에는 미국에 살다가 이제 한국에 처음 왔을 때
as I first came to Korea,
늘 하는 말이 그랬어요. Right? Why? 한국에 대한 이해가 짧았던 거죠.
well, that's because I had a lack of understanding in Korea. Now I really appreciate that the way that I can actually speak in Korean.
So I only spoke kitchen Korean. kitchen Korean이 뭔지 아세요? 앉아 밥 먹어 이런 거 숙제 많이. Right?
Did you do the homework? Sit down, and these are the kitchen Korean.
근데 아이에게 이 언어에 대해서
Well, I have to teach the importance of the language.
Why? language에는 뭐가 있죠? 문화가
What are the
있거든요.
aspects of language? History, culture, in particular Korean. We have Chinese Korean.
아이하고 그러니까 이해할 수 있도록 어떤 영화를 봤을까요?
What kind of a movie do you think I watched?
Oh, it teaches the preciousness of Korean, the Korean language, how people died to preserve this language. So important. 우리 아이들에게도 이제는 just like right now, I'm going in and out of Korean and English, right? I can't tell you how liberating this is. 느낄 수 있는 자유가 보통이 아니에요. And I only speak 2. But imagine if you spoke 3 or 4 or 5. But not only that, you really, really understand the value of a country's language. How much they may have sacrificed to preserve that language, right? So important. Of course, there are so many other things, but smart digital consumerism is so important. 그냥 단순히 언어만 배워서 내가 글로벌 됐다 하기는 힘들겠죠.
You cannot just say that using smart devices doesn't interpret into the smart digital consumerism and the language, and somebody actually sacrificed themselves to protect language.
For other people, their language is just as important, right? So it's almost a privilege to be able to learn a different language. 근데 알고 보니까 방금 말씀드린 게 this is all 21st century skills that we need for the new marketplace. This is the new education that Korean students need and really everybody needs in this new global state. 알고 보니까 growing a global mindedness, right? And this lens at the individual level, 개인적으로는요, respect the rights of others in near and distant places. 우리나라가 소중하고 내 언어가 소중하고 우리의 방식과
Your language, your culture, traditions are important to you. That goes for other countries as well.
너무 재밌는 게
Well, there are a lot of fun TV shows in Korea. At 10 p.m., my mom calls me and we have to travel to Mongolia. And now we'll travel to Poland. And how good is it? We can just travel in the living room. You can see the world.
Korea's in a different place, right? And there's a different appreciation for different cultures. But that means if my rights are important, your rights are important, and the rights of people on the other side of the world are important, what does that mean we have to do? We have to have that much more social responsibility, right? 내가 여기서 쓰레기 한번 버린 거, this impacts the world. Not just right here, but it has impacts, right? We also need to know that our words and actions have impact on the worldwide community. Global mindedness means that you are no longer just an individual, but somebody in Korea wrote this on social media. Wow, that's a big responsibility. 그러니까 소셜 미디어를 해도 그 컨셉을
Actually, posting something on social media that we need to teach students
of that social media.
then they
as well.
have to become
Of
a
course,
better
make sure
author
nobody is left
in
out.
social media.
아시는 분들은 아시겠지만 저는 외국인 학교에서 생활을 하면서 제가 다니는
As
학교에 이런
I
규칙이 있었어요. There was a
got
rule.
taught
It
in
said
a foreign
English
country,
only. 근데 이중어 저 같은 학생들은
but
끼리끼리 있을
bilinguals
때는
like
뭘 하고
me,
싶죠?
how do you think we
비밀
want to
얘기
do?
한국어로.
We want to speak or
근데
exchange
English
secrets in
only라는 규칙이
Korean.
있으니까 딱
But since we
들으시면
had
어떤
this
생각이
rule in
들으세요? What do you
place,
think of when you hear that? English only. What's the best language? What's the messaging? 네, 메시징이 뭐냐면 언어 중에 영어가 최고니까.
well, you feel like English is the best. That's why you have to only speak in English.
But that's not global education. Everything has to be equal, as Professor Greg was saying earlier, right? There has to be equity. If English is important, then Korean is just as important. 그래서 제가 외국인 학교에 이제 교육학교가
So,
돼서
as an
얘기를 하는데
educator in
I
foreign
think that
schools,
message is probably not the one we want to send to our students. How about we change it to let's use a common language. 저랑 한국 친구가 화장실에서 한국어로 속닥속닥 하다가
well,
백인
we
친구가
may
한국어
speak
못하는
in
백인 친구가
Korean
들어오면
in
어떻게 해야
restroom,
될까요?
and when a person
진짜 그
enters to the
학생을 꼭
restroom who doesn't speak
If I really
Korean,
want to include that person, then I have to switch. Switch to what? A common language. If I'm in France, that would be French, right? If I'm, I don't know, in the US, that might be English. 그 학교에서는 maybe that was English. But English only versus common language. 이해되시죠? 그 차이점, right? That's very
you see the
important for us
difference,
to
right?
maintain. 근데 알고 보니까 제가 참
But
좋아하는 선생님이 계세요.
actually,
Her name is
there's a
Emily
teacher
Stiles.
that
근데
I really
이 Emily
admire.
Stiles라는 분이 교육 철학이 굉장히 정말 중요한 철학이 있는데
She has a
she
great
always says
philosophy.
education has to be both mirror and a window. A mirror in that when you look inside a mirror, what happens? You see yourself. 아무리 global education을 한다 그래도
Even though you do
계속
global
다른
education,
나라에 대해서만
if
배울
you
수가
just
없는
learn about
그
other
안에
countries, that's not the
내
best
모습도
way.
있어야
You have to
된다는
also
거죠.
reflect on yourself.
This is how we don't lose your Korean identity. 이민자 같은 경우에는 백인 사회에
For
가서
example, as an
계속
immigrant, you
비춰지는
are in
모습이
the
뭐죠?
other culture, and
백인들이었어요.
what do you
그래서
see?
알게 모르게
You are
저도
reflected on
4년, 5년이
other
교회를
culture.
가보니까
And that as I live
나도
more
노란
than
머리에
4 to 5
파란
years,
눈에
as I see more white people, I feel like I'm a person with yellow hair, blonde hair.
하지만 그 선생님이 만약 if she
But
used
what if
education
she says,
as a mirror, 한국에서 이민자 아이가 왔다. This is why Emily Stiles also says that 50% of your curriculum walks in through your doors. 명언이죠. 50%의 커리큘럼은 문을 통해서 들어온다라는 뜻이 이게 무슨
50% of the
뜻일까요?
curriculum should come from the doors.
커리큘럼 50%라는 뜻이에요.
So that means
학생이
50% of the curriculum is from
그 정도로
students. That means curriculum has to be changed.
그래서 한국 이민자가 왔을 때는
So as a Korean student comes in,
then the teacher has to shift, right? And that's global education. She also says it has to be a window. 창문처럼 우리가 이렇게 들여봤을
just like
때
windows, as you
다른
look through
사람들은
the
이렇게
windows,
사는구나.
you learn how other people are living and how they are get taught. And in this culture, this is how they celebrate their traditions. You can learn, and you should learn this. And another person goes as far as
왔다 갔다. mirror도 되고 윈도우도 되고 sliding doors. 내가 들어갔다 나올 수도 있는 이게 살아있는
sliding
교육이다라고
doors,
얘기를
and that's the
해주셨어요.
living education.
As my final thought, I'll just say a strong sense of cultural identity, education as a mirror이라는 컨셉이 특히 우리 아이들이 글로벌화되면서 나는
As we
한국인인가
get
아닌가 이
globalized, we shouldn't be having an identity crisis, right? You are still Korean.
But we also encourage them, while we encourage multiple identities, that they also need to foster their own Korean identity. And we do that through Education as Mirror. And we find through research that this is actually very healthy for people's cultural identities. But more importantly, 인종차별도 많고, 정말 그런 세계에 살고 있는데 we live in a world full of discrimination, prejudice, bias, racism. But the more students have exposure to groups that are different from them, right? That's education as window. The less likely they are to maintain their prejudice. 우리 솔직히 한국인으로서
As a
편견이
Korean,
많잖아요.
I know that we have a lot of prejudices. Maybe I'm the only one. We say, oh, you put too much oil. Or people from some country, they don't take a shower that often compared to Korea. We have a lot of prejudices. But if you go there and then meet them, we build relationships, then how do you think your perspective will be changed? And that is global education.
It's important to have sustained efforts. One-off event, they're valuable. 오늘 컨퍼런스도 너무너무 소중하죠.
Yes, today's conference is also meaningful.
You have to continue. Same thing for our students as well, right? You have to have sustained efforts in making this happen and this possible. Of course, tear pitching and reflection. 이제는 콘텐츠가 중요한 게 아니라
Now it's
나와
not
다른
just about
사람들과 한
content.
자리에서 어떻게
As
커뮤니케이션을 해야
you
되는지.
are in different people in the same location, how can you unleash your leadership? How can you communicate with others?
Now needs to be our main focus. 네, I look forward to speaking on the panel in a little bit. 네, 너무 잘. Thank you for paying attention, especially 학생들. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 조세핑 김 교수님
Thank you very
감사합니다.
much, Professor
우리
Joseph.
21세기를 살아가는 우리 글로벌 역량
As we're living the 21st century,
장으로서
we need to foster
국제교류
global
협력이 얼마나
competency.
중요한지를
And your
논의할
presentation was
의미
really
있는
insightful to talk
열정적인
about international
강의를 해주신 조세핑
education
교수님 다시
cooperation.
한번
Once again, please give a big
부탁드리겠습니다.
hand to Professor Josephine Kim.
네, 이어서 잠시 후 기조 강연을 해주신 두
Moving on,
분의 교수님과
we are going to
우리
start
이제 경기도
the
교육감님께서
panel
함께 해주시는
discussion
좌담회가
along with
시작될 예정입니다.
Governor
이
Im Tae-wi of the
좌담회를 준비하는
Education
동안
Office of
경기도
Gyeonggido, as well as the
교육청의
two keynote speakers,
국제
as we prepare for the
교류
panel
협력
discussion, please
활동
enjoy
영상을
the video that
다 함께
covers the activities of the
시청하시기
international exchange and cooperation of the Gyeonggido Education Office.
내 마음속 작은 화분 하나 어떤 걸 심을까 고민하다가 딱딱한 흙으로 덮여 있었던 작은 꿈 조각 꺼내보았죠. 새롭게 자라는 어린 나무처럼 나의 꿈 새싹도 이제 돋아나요.
compliment someone in Korean.
너 짱이야.
2,000 trips to Korea. I felt so grateful for.
This is from Miss England.
Please, we have eyes. Please, no more war. We stand for peace, unity, love, no one.
나와 함께 해주세요. 따스한 햇살처럼 나와 손잡아주세요. 짠짠한 바람처럼 사랑 가득한 꿈은 누군가에게는 행복의 씨앗이 될 거예요.
네, 영상을 보시는 동안 우리
So as
좌담회를
you were enjoying the video, I think we finished the preparation for the panel discussion. Now, today's conference topic is Global Educational Cooperation for a Peaceful and Sustainable Global Village. Now, the moderator of the panel discussion will be Mr. Im Tae-wi, the governor of Gyeonggido Office of Education, along with Professor Greg William Misaks and Professor Josephine M. Kim as the discussants. Now, we're going to share our insights and experience regarding the direction of international exchange and cooperation. I look forward to your insights. Now we'll begin the panel discussion.
예, 여러분들 앞서서 두 분 교수님 그 발제 강연 잘 들으셨죠?
So, did you all enjoy the presentation of the two professors?
이 주제는 사실은 글로벌
The theme of today's conference is actually global education cooperation. But as I was taking notes listening to the presentations, so it seems that Professor Josephine mentioned about the cooperation for the panel discussion. So mostly focused on global exchange and cooperation. And as for Professor Greg, he mentioned about global education. Excuse me. And also, Professor Greg especially touched upon the more foundational aspects. He stressed the importance of dialogue as well as exchange, and he mentioned that to read the world, we must read the word. It was a really impressive quote. And I really enjoyed his presentation. In the end, we must pursue utopia, and for that we have to have concrete values, including our protest against social injustice, raising our voice, and creating sustainable world, building responsibility, and well-being, peace, ethics. He mentioned those values. Going beyond the classrooms, he stressed the importance of participating with the community and also with the world. Professor Greg mostly focused on the required aspects for us to build cooperation, so he usually covered the foundational aspects of cooperation. And for Professor Josephine, she mentioned about the fast-changing world. Recently, there has been a huge rapid change in the global scale, and she also stressed about the importance of continuing our education as well as the things that we must comply with on-site when it comes to education. She mentioned that education is a mirror and window, just like the sliding door. We have to promote the education. And the most important thing in the global mindedness is that instead of contents, we have to think about the procedure, the process for the education. And also Professor Kim emphasized that we have to look back on ourselves, but at the same time, we have to be receptive to the external influence and think about what others say. So before global cooperation, I believe that the Office of Education of Gyeonggido Province should also think about these meaningful lessons from the two professors. The topic of today's conference will contribute a lot amid the rapid changes of our world. Now, the important thing here is to create peaceful, sustainable, and better world. Therefore, I believe that global education is a must, and here, global cooperation should be established concretely, and we have to think about the directions. I believe that today's panel discussion will be the platform where we can learn about those things. So first, professors mentioned about the various practices that we can do as a global education, and many of the audience here today could actually realize those lessons on your respective schools and classrooms. Now here, cooperation with other countries, I think in terms of that, those are actually bottom of our list in terms of priority. However, moving forward, Korea's education should cooperate in order to create a better future. From that perspective, Professor Greg mentioned about different pedagogy and methodologies. And for the education cooperation within one country, he mentioned about those things. Now, to create global education cooperation between Korea and other countries, I want to ask about the priorities. What should be our priorities? What should be our values when it comes to building cooperation with other countries?
Question, and thank you for that. Very difficult question. So hopefully we have a couple of hours to answer that together. But briefly, I think the key thing is this question about what can we learn from one another, with knowledges, understandings, ways of teaching, and things like that. And like I talked about, and also Professor Joe talked about, this aspect of there isn't one best country. There isn't one best educational system. We always are going towards this aspect of, say PISA. There's a lot of criticism on PISA, that PISA has a lot of good data, but putting numbers in front of everything is a horrible way to do it. We can learn from each other, but not that we should be going towards Shanghai or going towards Finland, and now we're going towards Japan and so on and so on. So I think it's this aspect of doing collaborations internationally, or even bringing into the classroom, is questioning, what are the differences? What are the commonalities? How can we teach to learn this aspect of literacy? Like you talked about global literacy, talked about critical literacy, there's many different ways of literacy. So both with collaborations, but also within the classroom, what can we both learn from one another rather than, well, I'm coming from a country of US, and so, it's seen as superior in some ways, and sometimes it's seen as superior in all ways, which is always problematic. But it's this aspect of how can we learn from one another and see what we can have through comparing and contrasting what can be learned and what are the differences when we're talking about peace, ethics, sustainability. A lot of times violence emerges mostly because of misunderstandings, not understanding one another, both on a global scale, but also within a classroom, cyberbullying and all that stuff. So I think this aspect of internationalization and this aspect of what components, I think it's a lot of this aspect of dialogue within the learning space, but also this aspect of dialogue and what resources are being placed into, this aspect of Korean TV series, for example, much more than beyond what is learned in textbooks and what's learned within the classroom, and questioning, what are the counter voices? What are those voices of literature, things like that? Talking about Shakespeare, Shakespeare's wonderful, but there's a lot more, say, in the United States than old white men's literature too. So bringing in, those counter stories and the different aspects of books, of readings, of poetry, and all that makes with culture, all that makes with citizenship. There isn't one course. There could be one course on citizenship, but when you're teaching citizenship, you're bringing in the literature, the histories, mathematical problems, all these different things. And how can we diversify that within the classroom and not say, just learning one place is superior. This aspect of especially extreme patriotism, for example. In the U.S., growing up, I learned that the U.S. won World War II. They did all these wonderful things. They would save the world over and over again, and everything happened in the U.S. And there was this little area called Asia and Africa and Latin America and all this kind of stuff. A lot of times it's great to build up someone's national citizenship, but you lose this insight. And we're talking about travel, and travel is also a privilege too, being able to travel. I never could travel, but you can also travel and with books, with movies, with all these different things, and encourage this international cosmopolitan outlook and things like that. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but that was just a couple of things that I was thinking about listening to it.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Greg. So you mentioned the diversity, and we need to accept the diversity, and within the diversity, we need to learn each other. And so I believe that's the most important one that you wanted to highlight. And that was actually what Josephine delivered during her presentation. So I believe that you second this opinion. So through dialogue and discussions, we also define this as global citizenship. And through global citizenship and diversity, we learn from each other, and that is the essence of global cooperation. Thank you very much, Professor. And because of limited time, let me now move on to ask questions to Josephine. So as Greg mentioned, learning from each other, we have this Korean words, 교학상정, which means teaching and learning, growing each other together. That's what that means. So not just within school, we are now going beyond the school where we only learn from each other, but now we are expanding our learning area to the community, local community, and now we are even marching towards the world, and we are actually expanding our perspectives to the world. And In this aspect, language problem that you mentioned, and as you know, Korea, Josephine, if you can give us an advice, what do you think we should focus on first? What do you think we need to prioritize first? Can I ask your recommendation?
For this question too. 너무 감사드리고요. 일단은 학생들이
Well, first of all, of course, it is important for students to practice.
How many teachers actually do this too? Anybody? How many of you actually do collaboration with other countries and other schools? 한번 쳐다보세요. Like look around. Yeah, a few people. Wonderful, right? But how can we teach something we don't know about? How can we teach our students to do something that we haven't done ourselves, right? And so I think one of the first pieces of advice I might have is for teachers to do this first, right? Create partner schools where you collaborate with other teachers. Think about the problems that we can't solve. For example, this climate change, no one country will be able to solve this problem. We have to do it together. But can the teachers actually do this first? Because then you actually get to experience what it's like, right, to do it, and then you can teach in a different way, right? So I would say first, teachers need that experiential, right, experience and practice first before we ask our students to do it. And another thing I was really, really impressed by when I was looking at the booklets, 와, 경기도 굉장히 수준도 높고
Wow, Gyeonggido is very advanced in your education.
You're big. 근데 얼마나 교류하고 있으신가요?
But how much do you collaborate and forge partnership?
I think that's where it has to start, right? Maybe your school meets up and has a partner school in some other part of Gyeonggido. 왜냐하면은 같은 나라이기도 해도 there are
Even
still
though
cultural
you're in
differences.
the
Would you
same
agree?
country,
Still so many things that we can learn. 이게 콘텐츠에 대한 것이 아니라 competency에 대한 것이라면
it's not about,
we can
if
start
it is about
small,
competency,
give
we
our
can
students
start from
practice
small.
with some familiarity, right? Where there's that mirror effect. 그러면 anxiety도 조금 low하고 일단은 practice 하기가 좋겠죠. Before you go to the global stage, I think that would be an amazing opportunity. So I think of three things. One, let's have our teachers engage in global education first, whether it's virtual tours. You're leading other teachers in virtual tours, whether you're leading think tanks with other teachers from different countries, right? Being very mindful that we're not only engaging with elite countries, right? Because every country has something beautiful to offer. Teachers do it first. Secondly, let's practice within Gyeonggido because again, you are so big and diverse. And I think there are great opportunities our students can learn from practicing on a smaller stage first, and then we can transfer those skills elsewhere. And thirdly, I think this idea of a flipped classroom, right? Flipped classroom, getting the students to be the teachers. Really, that's a really great idea, I think, for global education.
네, 감사합니다. 근데 구체적으로
Yeah, thank you for your opinion. Yeah, so it seems that you really know about the context of the Gyeonggido province well. Yeah, I think the role of teacher is the most crucial thing for the education sphere. And now, in the audience, we have numerous teachers here. So yes, Professor Josephine clearly stated that experiencing by the teacher is the must here. Now, because international exchange and cooperation is based on diversity and interaction, I believe that through exchange between different schools, then we can learn many things. And although it may be small in the beginning, as it accumulates moving forward, then maybe we can also strengthen the cooperation in the future. And Professor Josephine also mentioned about the mirror effect. So I guess it's similar to role-playing, right? In other words, the role of teacher and student could be switched, which could be a flat education model. So here, by flipping the roles, maybe we can provide better education as well. I believe the teachers in the audience will be able to get huge insight from the presentation, and yes, you'll also be able to learn different ideas. Now, based on your answers, during the lunchtime, we also talked about artificial intelligence. There are powerful functions of AI, and there's also problems arising from this AI. And recently in one elementary school, when a teacher gives instructions in Korean, it is simultaneously translated into 5 different languages, and the students from other countries can learn about new things. And when students ask questions to the teacher, it's translated in the other way. So here, the language system can also be improved with the help of digital technology. So when it comes to understanding the differences in international landscape, language barrier could also be addressed with the help of AI. Now, when I was young, there was a system called penpal. Because we didn't have digital technology, there was a penpal system where I was able to exchange photos and letters to students with other countries. Now, when I meet the foreign student that I sent letters to in person, that it feels like that I've been knowing him for a long time. But right now, we have even more powerful communication tool these days, such as social media. Now, in Gyeonggido, we have a well-equipped system that can allow the communication between the students. So, for global education cooperation, we are to actively introduce AI technologies here at Gyeonggido province. And I believe there are also risks following the use of AI tools. Yeah, it is convenient, but at the same time, we should be also aware of the risk. So here, I would like to ask you, do you guys have any ideas about the risk and the benefits of AI? So why don't we start with you, Professor Greg? So yeah, why don't we start with Professor Greg?
Yeah, there's a lot. And wonderful question, difficult one. And I write some on this. I mean, all of technology is this aspect of, it's all very much plural. It's very much this aspect of how we use it and how do people benefit and not benefit from it. And with something with technology, with social media, some of my work is on post-digitalism, which is a fancy term saying that we no longer can, as I sit up here with an iPad, we can no longer, there's no longer a barrier almost between our real lives and our digital lives a lot of times. So for me, I think the key thing with technology and media is this aspect of a critical media literacy, teaching for that. And the same thing with AI, that the internet has allowed for amazing democracy. There has been no other time in the world where I can write something here and it can go out to all parts of the world. And I did have a pen pal in the UK when I was growing up, and I remember that. It was a lot slower than the internet, even the slowest Wi-Fi. But it's this aspect of, how can we use technologies in such a way that is going towards that utopia of this aspect of justice, equality, better understanding, things like that. And I realized sitting down later my presentation, why did I show that coast of the Tanzanian coastline and the horizon. It's this aspect of hope and utopia. It's this aspect that hope and utopia are goals to go towards, but probably never going to fully attain. And I think this aspect of technologies is this aspect of that it can be also very much negative. There's also a famous publication out there is called something like, "Is the internet making us stupider?" And the reason for that is that we have more information in our ends of our fingertips, on our phones and things like that, but how do we use it? Why aren't we overall always going towards a more positive, a more equal, a more just, a more peaceful world? And re-questioning that. So for education, it's, I would say, this aspect of critically being able to read technology, the media, and realizing something like social media is just so you can stay on the page and work on some things called post-digitalism, where this aspect of, post-truthism, where if I say something louder and more out there, it can be the craziest idea, but it can become some sort of truth. How can we counter that? That the internet is truth-seeking, and the same thing with AI. How can we use AI as a tool, but not the final decision maker? How can we use it for teaching or for languages, but realizing too there's going to be this aspect that language and culture is inseparable. So when we are no longer using different languages, cultures are also lost too. But it's amazing technology. AI being able to give answers, but realizing that have to go through them and critically read what it's giving. And this aspect of, what makes us human is a big question, especially in philosophy with AI. And it's this question of how can we use AI, but that it doesn't take over our understandings. And where is AI getting that information from, too? And when we're talking about, grabbing information, understandings, sciences, not just what is it just grabbing it from the elite places in the world, the elite knowledges, or is it grabbing it from a more diverse way and things like that? So I could keep on going on with that, but yeah, there's a lot of questions with AI.
Yeah, I agree. I'll just jump in, yes. I agree. I think with anything that is created, we have to think about why was it created and what was the intent, right? And so it is helpful in so many ways. And we have to think about what do we lose in the process, right? I talked about my son doing algebra right now, and I know he can quickly put in the formula in the computer and he'll have an answer, right? So if our goal is to have the right answer, then he probably doesn't need to learn algebra. But if he gains something from the process of thinking about that formula, and he's learning about how do I get to the right answer, then he probably should focus on algebra. Does that make sense? So we always have to think about what do I gain and what do I lose? I think we gain so much through AI because it makes the world so small in many ways, but it's also incomplete. And we always have to ask this question of, for whose benefit am I doing this? For whose benefit am I engaging with this tool? So that social responsibility and social awareness, I think, has to accompany the AI usage.
예. 아마 그두분
Yes.
말씀을 잘 들으셨을 걸로 생각합니다.
Thank you very much.
역시 말씀 들어보면
As you said,
적인
critical education or having critical mindset is also important. And as Josephine said, we need to think about the intention. And I believe these two go in the same vein. So the Gyeonggido Office of Education, we also prioritize that the one has to acknowledge the respect for others as well as themselves so that they can balance inclusivity and acceptance. And in this vein, while that is somewhat foundational aspect of the education, and in terms of global education and global cooperation for education, the how should I put it? Well, I believe this is the educator's responsibility to embody all those content. In terms of global educational cooperation, we need to think about globalization. But so rather than thinking of technology itself, we need to focus on global mindedness and responsibility and keeping the core of of what we are doing. At the same time, thinking of others and including others. When we have that opportunity to experience all of them, we can truly realize thickening internalization of education. So that is my summary of all you said. Well, this is not the question that I prepared before, but we have many people here, and many people here are doing international cooperation, and many students who have interest in global cooperation. So if you allow, I actually want to open the floor for questions to you. Is it okay?
그렇게 좀 양해해 주실까요?
I believe it is okay for you guys. So as you hear from professor's speech or keynote speech, any questions to them? Please raise your hand if you have question. We'll give you a microphone. We have 2 people raising their hands. So they will ask the questions first.
And I'm the first year teacher in Gyeonggi Office of Education. I have a questions for 2 of you guys. Thank you so much for the lecture. So you told me, I was really impressed by the praise that the globalization can often become the westernization, and I firmly agree with that. I want to ask you, how can we decenter the westernization into the globalization as well? Because like the Professor Josephine said, the language and culture cannot be separated. And well, the English is the global lingua franca right now, and I don't feel like we can change it for now. If the English centers in the global language, how can we decenter the westernization into the globalization? Thank you.
You know, one thing I think often about is the Korean history. Did you know during the Korean War, we had 600,000 African American soldiers in Korea? Did you know that? Yeah. But do you know why that's important? Because if you think about 1950 and 1953, it was the time of what we call Jim Crow era in the United States, where blacks and whites were segregated. 그러면 한국의 이 전쟁 시간대요, 600,000 African American soldiers who served on the U.S. side, right? They were still segregated from the white soldiers. 그래서 우리 한국 분들이 알게 모르게 우리가 봐왔던 건 뭐냐면.
So here we can see that there's a separation between white soldiers and black soldiers. White soldiers got a good food, black soldiers got horrible food.
Digging graves and doing really menial type of tasks, right? 그때 당시에 또 survival 해야 되니까.
So at the time, because of survival, if they could speak English, yeah, they were able to get job. They could feed their family.
또 많이 볼 수 있었던,
And at the
흔히
same
볼 수
time, one of the images that we noted was that white soldiers gave out chocolates to the peoples or food to people. The reason why I'm saying this is because as you know, even though we're Korean, we also have some sort of white supremacy.
But it's true. 왜냐면 영어를 하면 일단은 먹을
Because
수
if you can
있었으니까.
speak English, then yeah, you could get a job or you could eat a food.
그래서 사실은 80 몇 년도 때 제가 한국을 방문을 했어요.
So when I visited Korea in the 80s, my parents gave me bananas or bread to me. Because at the time, when I came from the United States, everyone was shocked and admired me.
근데 우리가 if we really want to decenter westernization, I think it starts with us. We have to think very critically about why we think English is so important, why we want to send our children to the US, right? How come nobody says, I want to go to Ghana for yuhak? But they always want to go to the global north, as we were talking about, right? And so I think so much of it is inside of us, right? We're not white, but we still carry on. 그리고 특히 한국 역사에서는 양반들은 안에서
And in the history of Korea, the high-class noble had white, pale skin because they had to study indoors. But for slaves or for farmers, they had to do outdoor activities under the sun. They had tan skin. But recently, if you watch like K-dramas or Korean TV shows, many foreigners believe that all Koreans look like that, look like Korean celebrities. But if I think about my families who are living in Jeollado province, they're not like that.
우리 속안에는
But in some sense, we have this internalized belief that if you speak English, then you're smart. If you have white skin, then you're good. And if you studied abroad, I think that's like considered as superior. I think this must change.
Very good answer. I'll be quick because I know it might be running out of time. But a couple things is like this aspect of counter stories, this aspect of how can we bring in these different stories and understandings of history, of language that's beyond the dominant and kind of challenging. One of my ex-wife's friends worked in rural China, I think third graders or fourth graders, and every time she put up an image of someone who was dark-skinned, that was in a suit or that was wearing medical, the children would laugh. So she made sure that for the rest of the semester, one of her things that she would do would put in much more diverse imagery throughout the presentation and things like that. And that's one minor thing, but it's also, this aspect that it's so very difficult. We all have biases. We all have different aspects. The essence of, say, something like critical race theory, for example, is that in different ways we are all racist. We have different opinions and understandings. For students, I would say, what do you see when someone's walking down the street and bypasses you? You see them as smart, not so smart, rich, all these different things. But I think it's this aspect of even with development, how do we define development? Is it just economic development? What about cultural, linguistic, all these different aspects? And I think with linguistics, it's difficult because it often gives power. The reason why I have international students from the Global South is because they know English well. So, and Paulo Freire, same thing, when he was teaching a course in a country in Africa, he went back and forth on whether to use the colonized language of Portuguese or the indigenous culture, indigenous language. And he did use Portuguese, but he also said that's why it probably failed too, because it wasn't their mother tongue. So it's this aspect, but he went back and forth because Portuguese, which was the Francolingua, the powerful language in the location, or English globally, gave so much power. It allowed more mobility. It allowed probably more higher paying jobs. It allowed for all these different things. So there's always these contrasts, but I think it's how can we find spaces. What Michael Apple talks about, how can we find spaces in education systems and in classrooms to challenge those aspects of the Francolingualness of education, the dominance, the power structures behind language, behind one culture compared to another, and challenge them in different ways. Well, I'll leave it at that.
네.
Yes, thank you for your answers. Now, because we're running out of time, yes, please be brief with your questions. Thank you.
Gyeonggi, principal of Taiwan Middle School. As teachers, we want to convey the importance of diversity and different perspective.
Yeah, one thing I came across as I was preparing for today's conference is I was looking at different countries and how they approach global education, whether it's Finland, Australia, but also countries like Spain, Colombia, Japan, right? And what's fascinating is successful global education programs, it's not a separate program, but it's embedded into everyday curriculum. And I thought that was fascinating. Right? So for example, when we're teaching about Korean history or social studies, right? I think there are great opportunities to embed global education into those spaces. This is also how we approach SEL 아시죠? Social emotional learning. Same thing. It's not a separate thing we do, but we embed it into the existing curriculum. And 선생님들 얼마나 하실 게 많으세요, right?
I know you have a lot of things to do.
Best way to do it is be creative about taking our pre-existing curriculum and tweaking it and being creative about, again, embedding these global themes.
A very good question. A couple months ago, I'm coming back. I was in Germany doing a keynote on incorporating global citizenship education into language learning, for example. And that's just one example. How can we bring in peace, love, this respect for one another, all these different aspects? And it's much more difficult. I mean, I don't know the situation in Korea, but globally, I would say, and especially the United States, it's this aspect of testing and retesting and retesting and testing again. Michael Apple has this saying that we test everything that moves and then retest everything that doesn't move just in case it might move later on. So it's this aspect of how has education been de-skilling teachers, over standardization that teachers aren't able to give these different aspects. And once again, going back to some of my presentation, that we often test for things that are easy to test for, but not us or not teachers. But a lot of times, standardization of tests, things like that. And if it's not on a test, especially if you're talking about, like, say, the Gaokao or something like that, then it's very much devalued, deprioritized, delegitimized, and everything like that. But those are the most important things to test for or to learn. So I think it's a constant battle a lot of times, trying to find the spaces wherever you can. But I think there's so many mechanisms a lot of times throughout the world that's really pushing, how can we put a number? How can we keep on testing and retesting? Testing's great, but are we testing for things that we should be testing for? And what about those questions that are often not asked or answered because we're worried about test scores and things like that? So it, like everything else, it's very complex and messy and all these different things.
쉽게 생각하면 쉬울 수도 있어요, 선생님, right?
So in a nutshell, it might be easy.
Of you on a virtual space to teach the same math problem to some friends in Spain, right? That's global education, but I'm still teaching you math. Does that make sense? So I think, 그러니까 어렵게 생각하면 굉장히 어려운데 쉽게 생각하시면.
Yeah, so if you think of it simply and easy.
And one other thing, just fundamentally, I think, in the US, we use a saying, nothing for us, nothing about us, without us. These students have so many great ideas. 사실은 저희 머리 아무리 짜내도.
Now, even though we try to passionately come up with an educational role model, students have numerous creativity.
Students, ask them, we have this great task, we have this great project, give me some ideas. Suggestions. I promise you, they can give you things we cannot think of, right? Sitting here 24/7, but they can come up with some brilliant things.
예, 우리 저
Yes, thank you so much for the answers. Why don't we give them a big round of applause? That was a really impressive answer. Now, actually, I received the questions from the floor impromptu without asking for an excuse to the two professors. However, they gave a marvelous answer. Now, as we were carrying out the presentation, let me briefly wrap up and make conclusion. It seems that education is a value that can connect the local, the global culture, and going beyond that. I think education is the most strongest commonality among different countries and different cultures. No other fields can show such commonalities. So currently the world is open and globalized. And why don't we adopt those global mindsets to our education? And as a global citizen, we have many attitudes and values that we need to pursue and comply with. These features are crucial. In that vein, once we have everything ready, then we'll be able to build cooperation with others. Cooperation between schools, cooperation between local regions, cooperation between countries. Those international education partnerships will be able to be realized. And I hope that we can thicken our internalization of education as we move forward. So today, we were able to discuss many things deeply. And also thank you for the audience for paying your attention. And despite we were running out of time, thank you very much for your insightful answers, despite the questions were all tricky. Thank you, Professor Greg, and thank you, Professor Josephine, for your insights and presentations. Now, this comes to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Governor. And through global interaction and cooperation, we'll be able to pursue mutual growth, and we will be able to also accomplish changes and the role of practices in the essence of education. We are able to realize those values with today's panel discussion. Once again, please give a big round of applause to the moderator and the panel discussants. Thank you very much. Now, before we wrap up,
하겠습니다. 저희가 잠시 준비하는 동안에 동영상을 보여드리는데요. 글로벌 아카데미라고 하는 학생들이 6.25 때 우리나라를 참전해서 도와준 국가의 학생들과 평화와
partner with the students in other countries, and under the topic of peace, coexistence, and co-prosperity, they are currently carrying out a project in business. Now we have Commissioner Kim Sun-hee of the Gyeonggido Office of Education, and she's here today despite her busy schedule. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, thank you all for passionate presentations. Now we'll take a short break, so please enjoy your break, and starting from 3 p.m. we are going to resume to the second session.
So I need you to find the things on the box in 20 seconds maximum. Okay, choose what number?
1. 1. 1. 6. 3. 4.
Only one? Okay. I see most of you choose number 1.
Yeah. 3.
Let's see. Let's start, everybody. Find anything you always use for study. Let's go.
I found it. I found it.
Oh, Gazi, get out of the room. I think
I got this.
All right. Okay. Show me. Where's mine? This one is mine. It's actually the one that I use for teaching. But yeah. Anyway. Miss Julie or Miss Hera, do you find something any interesting from students?
Oh, okay. I'll try to find it.
Oh, Yara, what do you got? You. Oh, all of you get your pencil?
I got my pen and my hair tie because I usually tie my hair.
Okay.
when
Let's
I
start.
study.
Okay. Let's start the other one. Okay. Next one. Some of these one is need to find it longer. Which number?
Four.
Number 4. 4. Okay. Number 4. Find something that makes you happy in your room. Okay. Good. Come on, think and find it. Come on.
What is this? Oh my god.
Some of you. Me? How about me? What makes me happy? Probably this one. This is a Pokemon coin.
Oh.
This is a Pokemon coin. Pokemon. Anybody wants to share? Okay, Z, what? How can that make you happy? Tell me.
I like to paint when I'm sad or something. Yeah.
Oh, you paint.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And then also any other else?
Yeah.
Perhaps. Oh, number 23 from Boomho. Oh, sorry. How do I call you?
Yim Soo.
Oh, Yim Soo. Tell me why that one makes you happy.
I played this one happy.
Oh, okay. So you have to play with that one. Okay, it is the same like this one. Okay. Oh, Joy have the dog. Is that a dog?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, great. Most of you get this one, the phone. I also like iPhone. Yeah. Make me happy as well.
Total 5 fingers, right or left hand, doesn't matter. Just like this. Let's do. Okay. Let's show me your fingers. Okay. Then fold a finger if you match the sentence. For example, fold your fingers who wears glasses.
Okay.
Don't wear glasses. Okay.
Okay.
And who's handsome? I'm handsome.
I'm handsome. I'm not.
Everyone folding their hands.
You can fold any fingers. Let's start from a person who win the rock, scissors, paper with me. Okay? Okay. Rock, scissors, paper.
Lose.
Rock. Just hold your. Okay. Hold your Tata, you can start first. Okay, let's stretch our fingers and listen to Jata.
Who like instant noodle?
Instant noodle.
Me.
Okay. And noodle?
Noodle.
Instant noodle. I want to pick Jaewon-chae.
Jaewon-chae.
Okay.
Hold your fingers. Who is a male?
What?
It's a male.
Male. Boy. Male.
The male is boy. Is boy.
Hey, you're the boy too.
Sister Maria.
Who? Elena.
Hold your finger if you're wearing headset or earphones.
No. I have one finger. I have one finger. Whoa.
Come on, Elena.
Please controlling. I want to get money. 45 billion.
Elena, choose one. Another.
Reina. Hold your finger if you don't wear glasses.
I died.
Okay.
I die.
Okay, Silvaria died.
I die. Goodbye. Goodbye.
I died. I'm still safe. grades in Gyeonggi. We used to study in this classroom. In Gyeonggi, we have a library named Amuloka. Starting from the Gyeonggi Elementary School.
Same as Fadia teacher, do you have any questions for our school, Kumo school?
Anyone?
No.
Isa?
Okay. Then next time we will show more thing about our real lesson or real learning in our school. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Miss Julie, you wanna say something?
Yeah, I want to say that I'm very proud of you. I came to every room and I saw that you talk much, you talk each other, you explain about your own school, and it was very interesting, and I'm glad to see that. Yeah, proud of you, children. Yeah,
Yes.
big applause for us. Big applause. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. See you again.
Bye, Gumho.
If you can chat with your friends, just chat.
This is actually 4 years in the making, because we started speaking with students from Suan Academy of World Language in 2019, and we planned for this visit in 2020, and that didn't happen. And 2021 and 22, but here we are finally in 2023, so I'm really excited to welcome you. We have a lot in store for today.
I want to, first of all, welcome students and staff from the Suan Academy. I want to thank Mr. McKenna and the principal from Suan for keeping this alive. I know this has been something in the planning stages for quite a while, and we let a pandemic, we had no choice, but the pandemic got in the way, but here you are. So, I welcome you to the United States, I welcome you to the state of New Jersey, and I welcome you to Scotch Plains family. It's great to have you here. I see you have some exciting things in store for you, both today and beyond through your travels. So welcome. What I'd like to do, we have an outstanding music program at Scotch Plains Family High School, and we also have an outstanding jazz band. It's the #1 jazz band in the state of New Jersey.
네, 곧 2025 국제교류 협력
Ladies and gentlemen, soon we are going to start the second session of the 2025 International Exchange and Cooperation Conference. I would like to ask the audience to take your seat.
네, 2부 행사 시작에 앞서 우리
Before we begin the second session, for those teachers who are sitting at the free seats, please fill the seat from the front part of the audience seat. Thank you.
네, 이제 지금부터
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to begin the second session of the 2025 International Exchange and Cooperation Conference co-hosted by the Office of Education of Gyeonggido and Gyeonggido Institute of Education.
지금
At the outside of the venue, we have the supporting groups of the Gyeonggido Operation Office of Education who are in charge of international cooperation. So after today's conference, if you have any interest in international cooperation, you can ask questions to the members of the support group. Now let us begin the second session. As for the first part of the second session, we're going to listen to the presentation of Mr. Myungjin Kim, who is the Education Inspector at the Gyeonggi Provincial Office of Education, and he's going to give the presentation under the topic of Gyeonggi Future Education to the World, World People to Gyeonggi. Yes, please give a big round of applause to our presenter. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Myungjin Kim, and I'm in charge of international cooperation at the Gyeonggi Office of Education. Today, I'm going to give a presentation under the title of Gyeonggi Future Education to the World, World People to Gyeonggi. I'm going to talk about the directions of the international cooperation policies at the Gyeonggido's Office of Education. Students, parents, local community, and faculty members are the subjects that can create the ecosystem of the international cooperation education. I'm going to share the concerns and the journeys that we had to come across in order to build the policy direction. Now, this is the overall change of the international exchange and cooperation of the Gyeonggido Education Office. In the past, when you think about the international exchange, it was usually about the exhibition and the field site and business trip to other countries. It was a long time back then. Now, with the passings of time, we believed that we had to go beyond just simply experiencing international cooperation. As a result, we had to come up with an international program that can pursue international cooperation. So naturally, the international cooperation education in schools usually centered around educating foreign language. Now, it seems like a long time ago, but we also witnessed COVID-19 crisis a few years ago, and it gave a huge impact to the international education within schools because we were not able to go to other countries and foreigners were not able to visit Korea. And at the time, we believed that the international education of schools will also subdue. But looking back, online platforms were a must at the time. We had to provide education through online platforms. As a result, to provide international education and cooperation within schools, we realized that we have many platforms in our hands. So as a result, simultaneous provision of international education expanded across the globe, as well as schools in Korea. So international education have become a major trend in schools during the COVID-19 era. So students were able to communicate with students from other countries, and they can also interact with foreigners in real time. So they were able to nurture their citizenship as the global citizen. As we witnessed pandemic, we realized this one important lesson. That is, the global situation could change rapidly, and the speed of the change is beyond our imagination. We will see the world that will go beyond our imagination. Unpredictable conflicts are arising, and relevant problems could be driven out. Now, to properly respond to the changes in our times, the Gyeonggido Office of Education seeks to create a education policy and also to extract relevant tasks. And we came up with 3 analyses. To spread the Gyeonggi's education to the world, we have the UNESCO International Forum, and we also have the policy of our governor, which was the starting point of the Gyeonggi International Education. And also, we try to analyze the current status and accomplishment for the last few years. And as I move on to each respective elements, I'm going to share the result of the analysis and what we've been covering so far. Now, to implement and to establish the policy direction, the basis were the students, the parents, and the voices of the local residents. Now, this was the policy that was carried out during the 5th direct election by the residents of the governor of the Gyeonggido Education Office. And every year, the Education Office is reviewing the policies. So if you look at the slide, this is the evaluation result. And now, here, securing the budget to expand the international exchange program was a must. And it was also important for us to build a foundation so that the students can also exchange with international community. And we also realized that we had to expand our education model for the international cooperation. And we also had to establish the system where we can share our education model with others. To sum up all of these, to expand the student international exchange programs, we had to have a firm administrative foundation. So at the Gyeonggido Education Office, we thought about how to restructure our organization, and in order to secure more budgets and to realize the goal, we tried to think of what kind of personnel or experts we would need. In the year 2024 was an important pivotal moment for the Gyeonggido Education Office. Now, the education expert from across the nation participated in the 2024 UNESCO Education Future International Forum. They played a crucial role. As you can see here on the screen, these are the 10 keywords that were set back then. As we were trying to organize the international forum, these keywords embody our directions, our reports, also the topics of the sessions and the panel discussion. So these are the keywords that we extracted by analyzing those sessions. At the Policy Planning Division, from the perspective of the international exchange education, we tried to extract the important agendas. That is, we had to come up with and strengthen the public responsibility and also to clarify the education responsibilities, refine our education system, and also to discover the essential problems going beyond countries, teachers, and students. And also, we realized the importance of value to teach students about the international assets. Now, to practice this and to realize this, we realized that we have to implement and set an international education foundation. At the same time, it was really essential for us to analyze and clearly view the current situation of the international exchange cooperation, we try to divide them into policy interaction and school interaction, and we also classified depending on the continents and countries. And here you can see that there's a gap between the countries that we actually visited and the countries that we would like to visit. And also, if you look at the number of countries and the continents, there are some gaps. Students-based and school-based international cooperation, and to expand that, and to expand our opportunity, we realized that we have to accomplish certain goals, and for that, we realized that we had to restructure our organization. Based on such results, we came up with 4 key strategies. First is building values through education. Now, the students will not live in an era or select a job that we can think of. I believe everyone would agree on this. Therefore, by communicating with the world, the students, in some sense, they should be able to get their food. We have to build a stage where they can flourish in the global stage. And also, we have to think about the common problems that our communities face. We have to make our students to address those problems. Therefore, we need international cooperation in that sense. Second, we need a program where students can participate actively by themselves and to operate those programs. To that end, we had to expand the opportunities for participation, so we expanded the interactions between schools, and we also enlarged the role of the education office. We thought about how we can provide support to the schools, and for the education office, for the students who do not participate in the interaction, we thought about coming up with curriculum that can induce participation. Third was establishing international exchange and cooperation networks. This was to respond to the expectations of international exchange and cooperation, which was getting bigger, and for better cooperation. Through institution level, we had to build numerous networks with other countries and other schools. And last but not least, in order to sustain the global cooperation and to expand our interaction, we had to make sure that more students will be able to reap benefits. We had to share the results and the process to everyone. So through continuous evaluations and sharing, we try to develop our international cooperation program. In the end, our ultimate goal is to communicate with others and to build practice, that is, raising global citizens. By learning, we'll be able to create values and design the future of the students. The students should be the main protagonist of their life and become the global citizen. To that end, we designated our tasks and strategies, and by carrying out different policies, we are currently trying to reach the target. As for the details, let me briefly go over them. For the globalization of the 2025 international cooperation, the most important thing is to strengthen international cooperation for each education sector. Now, the foremost importance would be schools, and at the center of school, there are students. Now, for the international interaction and cooperation for students, as you can see here on the screen, there are many things that we can do. We can create models to build an ideal education, and currently we have 6 designated schools for this research. And as for UN Global Academy, this is the school curriculum programs, and currently we can only provide 40 schools across Korea, but many schools in Gyeonggido province are hoping that they could also participate in this UN Global Academy. So by the second half of this year, we are going to expand the budget and to make this program a preparatory program for Gyeonggido province. As you can see, student-centered programs should be designed firmly with huge amount of benefit. Next is the second sector of education. And at the center of the second sector, there are students. But each individual schools cannot actually fulfill the dreams of students. Therefore, we need to cooperate with local community and expand international exchange and cooperation programs. Here it says operating education support agency centering on international cooperation, that is segregating the Gyeonggido areas into 5 sectors, and at the center there will be a cluster. And at the cluster, there will be a education support agency that has a huge amount of resources and experience regarding international cooperation. So with that cluster and with that hub education support agency, we are going to combine all different agencies into one hub. And right now, the 25 education agencies are under this one hub and currently coming up with international cooperation curriculum. And here, under the title of the International Cooperation Gyeonggido Sharing School, we are currently coming up with ways to reflect the students' voice in building this curriculum. And based on Korean language education, we can also respond to the global demand of education, and we can also expand and spread the Gyeonggido education to the global stage. Now, one of the strengths of Gyeonggido's future education is digital education, and based on that, we are currently promoting many things through online. Now, first is Gyeonggi Korean Language School online courses. That is, students are already learning Koreans offline, but now we're going to adopt this to online so that more students can also get the benefits of Korean language education. In the future, our classroom in Gyeonggido will be able to be accessed by the international students across the world. And based on the strength of Gyeonggido's online school, in the future, our students will be able to have benefits with numerous education contents, and we are also trying to share those contents and platforms with our students. In the beginning, I mentioned about the analysis of our exchange with other countries. I mentioned that there is a gap between the countries that we would like to visit and between the countries that we're actually visiting and the countries that we would like to visit in the future. Now, currently, we are more focused on some advanced countries. Now, in order to diversify and to expand the target nations, what kind of benefits and assistance could they give to our students? Now, by learning about diversity, students can expand their view of the world. Then what should we do here? And by giving assistance to each other, they can jointly promote mutual growth. With Uganda or Nepal, maybe we can provide ICT education or digital-based education curriculum. And with Cambodia, we're also currently thinking about the education welfare, and we're sharing relevant policies with Cambodia. As for Tunis, by talking about digital education, we are promoting mutual growth. With the expansion of international cooperation, as you know, we are witnessing an accumulation of data. Continuously managing this data in one single space would be crucial to provide them to many people. And I think this is one way to create database. Right now, if you go to the website of the Gyeonggido Operation Office of Education and Institute of Education of Gyeonggido, then you'll be able to see the materials about our international activities. And if you go to the Gyeonggido Office of Education, if you look at this QR code in the booklet, there is this guidebook. You'll be able to view the contents, and you'll also be able to access to various education materials. Now, once Gyeonggido Online School is stabilized, then maybe I believe that we will be able to migrate these materials to the online platforms and share with the global countries and global world. Now, it is quite obvious, but expanding the world of our students and to expand their learning are crucial. And here, the efforts and the contributions of teachers and faculties are important. Sometimes they could be a designer, sometimes they could be a guide, sometimes they could be a friend of learning. And to raise the capability of our teachers, we are making various efforts. By consulting with education experts across the world, we could also vitalize the education conferences. And also, we have academic forums and conferences hosted by the Gyeonggido Office of Education. So through those platforms, teachers will be able to strengthen their international capacity. Right now, we are at the globalized education era where the world is coming together. Gyeonggido Office of Education believes that these kind of internalization or internationalization are not just connecting with the world, but also connecting the dots and being connected to other countries, thereby making our students the leader in the globalized society. And through digitalized education, we'll be able to expand providing fair opportunities of learning, and by including all different participatories of different countries, we'll be able to expand our education and values. Now, by building Gyeonggi Future Education to the world and world people to Gyeonggi, as you can see, this was the policy of the international cooperation in the Gyeonggido Office of Education. I would like to ask for your support and interest. Thank you very much. That comes to the end of my presentation.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, School Inspector Kim Myung-jin, and many participating online and offline now learned the direction of the Office of Education of Gyeonggido. And now let us invite senior researcher of Lee Young, and she will talk about study on Gyeonggido Office of Education's International Exchange and Cooperation Expansion Plan for Global Talent Development. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Young from Gyeonggido Office of Education's International Exchange and Cooperation. And today I'm going to talk about the study on Gyeonggido Office of Education International Exchange and Cooperation Expansion Plan for Global Talent Development. Now, thanks to the digital devices, we are living in a hyper-connected society. And all the students goes for the same. And the students are digital native generation. Since they are born, they're living in an era where all the world is connected beyond space, time. They are doing global cooperation, and global cooperation is just part of their lives. And that is why it is essential to foster global skills for today's students. And as we see advances in science and technology, uncertainty in the future is growing. And as we live in this era of transformation and climate change, as well as the world is working towards to achieving carbon neutrality, and we have these shared challenges and targets, and that's why we need to cooperate together as the world, and we need to think about the solutions together. In Korea, we are seeing increased number of multicultural background students, people from different cultures, and we need to, that's why, understand the diversity as well as different cultures. At the same time, the Gyeonggido Office of Education did a forum with UNESCO, and the demand as well as interest to the Gyeonggido Office of Education has heightened. That's why it is essential to do a global cooperation project with other partners. And this year, in April of this year, our Gyeonggido Office of Education restructured and re-established a new international cooperation team, and where they do partnership with schools and local and regional offices as well as other countries. And in this context, as our students live in a diversified and changing world, we need to teach and foster global skills, and we must support educational environment and tools. First, primary, secondary, and higher education students need to learn about global skills and they need to become the global citizens. To that end, the Gyeonggido Office of Education is expanding many of endeavors, and I and my team studied how the Gyeonggido Office of Education is doing. First of all, we looked at the current status of the cooperation. This is as of April 1st of 2025, and this is school level global cooperation. And we also included planned or scheduled cooperation projects. As you can see here, schools currently in operation of global cooperation or planning to do cooperation, you can see it is only 7.7%. And if you look into each program, as you can see on the slide, mutual visits has the highest portion. And at the school level, high school does the most runnings of global cooperation projects. And we also looked at the cases of Gyeonggido Office of Education's programs. So we looked at different institutions, Office of Education, Institute of Education. And if you look at here, global cooperation teams at school level, they do many of global cooperation programs, and by country, they do global cooperation programs. And we also looked at the cases. Of course, it's different from school, but they do online school as class exchange, and they also have global cooperation programs affiliated with firms. But one thing particular is that when they do global cooperation, it is very highly dependent on the teacher's capability. I looked at the education support agencies' support global cooperation status, and this agency is diversifying global programs. And through Gyeonggi School or Sharing School, they do many of global cooperation programs. And if we look at the Institute of Gyeonggido Institute of Education, they also do many of the programs. And after looking at the status and cases, we did a SWOT analysis of today's global cooperation programs. I cannot touch upon everything, so I will just highlight some important aspects. So strength and opportunities. First, the Gyeonggido Office of Education has the Gyeonggido Office of Education International Education Institute, which means it has potential to grow into a specialized center and hub. And as I mentioned earlier, and Gyeonggido Education of Office has the Gyeonggi School or Sharing Office School. And this facilitates global cooperation. But at the same time, the threat that we have is we don't have a very specialized or unique Gyeonggido Office of Education's programs. We have many school companies in Gyeonggido. However, even though we are home to many companies and schools, I believe that our cooperative network is relatively loose. And one thing that we can see as an opportunity, although it is still weak, we do have a basic plan, but we lack planning at the school and student levels. And so far, global cooperation has been centered around the language capabilities, especially English. But in the future, we need to change the direction. And the number of schools in global cooperation is less than 10%, which means it is very limited. It can be a weakness, but at the same time, it can be opportunities. And the weakness and the threat. We have confused roles among the Gyeonggido Office of Education, Education Support Offices, and schools, and International Education Institute. That's why we need to work together. And also, in terms of global cooperation, budget is very essential. And currently, many of the programs are short-term, so that's why it can be a threat and weakness. And based off this analysis and study, we looked at what are the recommendations or future direction of global cooperation. First, as a core values, locality, diversity, and inclusiveness. First, locality, based on the mutual understanding. So this locality means the local community or local aspect of the student or the school. That means we need to do the global cooperation based on the local characters. And based on the mutual understanding, we do global cooperation. And we also need to respect the diversity. We need to respect the difference between me and you. And beyond differences, we need to acknowledge and accept others' differences. For example, skin color, race, and the way of cooperation and program and cultural differences. It all embodies these differences. And in terms of inclusiveness, it is based on the respect for others. We should not left one behind. And we need to think about these aspects and values when we do the global cooperation programs. As a global village and global citizens, based on solidarity, we need to collaborate together. And based on these three values, these are mutually respected. And based on these three values, we want to suggest a vision and target for Gyeonggido Office of Education. And actually, the target or the goal is pretty similar to the school inspector told us. Fostering global citizens who communicate with the world and engage in practical cooperation. So to do the global cooperation, what kind of policies can the Gyeonggido Office of Education do? First, work and roles and organizations should be better systemized. So this is based on our SWOT analysis. First, the Office of Education's roles and organization should be restructured. And previously, Gyeonggido Office of Education restructured, but to facilitate international cooperation, it is a pretty there should be many aspects to consider because it has a broader aspect. So with the current status, it is quite challenging. In order to expand the global cooperation, rather than limiting to the teams, it should be expanded to department level. And global citizenship education or global, similar to global cooperation programs, there are other exchange programs in Gyeonggido Office, Education Office. So there should be some adjustment or there should be some reshaping of roles within the organization. So I believe that that should come first. At the same time, different institutions of education have similar or overlapping roles. And that's why it should be clearly drawn in terms of the roles and responsibility between institutions. We diversifying global cooperation and establishing a hub should be the roles of Gyeonggido Office of Education. And next, in order to strengthen the stable and sustainable support systems, there should be more organic support within the Gyeonggido Office of Education. Support agency and regional offices and companies and central government or maybe need all institutions and all the relevant organizations and stakeholders need to work together. At the higher level, Gyeonggido Office of Education and Gyeonggido Office Institute for International Education and Gyeonggido Office and the central government need to build a strong and solid supporting network. And schools and local companies and local universities and local schools need to work together to make the network more stronger. And to this end, of course, stable funding should be essential. And I talked about more of a hard skills, and now let me talk about more of a soft skills. And currently, the Gyeonggido Office of Education, focused on capabilities, but now it has to be changed to the strengthening global citizenship, and school-centered international exchange planning should be promoted. And last but not least, to cooperate globally, there should be overseas dispatch or international degree programs to enhance global competencies of teachers and education professionals. Education professionals and teachers go overseas and cooperate with other countries. They can build a network and bring to home country, and they can nurture their skills. And once they are at home, they can utilize the network and by connecting them to the school, or they can even disseminate this kind of capability to students. So I believe I went pretty fast, but there's one thing that I really want you to take away. Global cooperation and the importance and necessity of global cooperation. So let me conclude my presentation with this message. We always emphasize the importance of the experience, but when we tell about experience, it can be direct or indirect experiences from books. But these are issues happening in the world, or when it comes to interpreting this world and issues, we interpret them based on our experiences. That's why we highlight experiences, and I believe global cooperation is a way to give them enriching these experiences. So students think of the issues, and through the global cooperation, they can think of the students who they met through the programs, and they can think of what can I do, what can I contribute to the world. And the global cooperation programs give the opportunity to those students, and we say this innate global cooperation, and we provided that kind of education to the students through global programs. Global exchange and cooperation, solidarity are all important. We say that, but it doesn't hit them to the heart. But then that's just narratives. But when we do global cooperation and actually connect them to the global world, that is linking them to the global world. And that's why global cooperation programs are very important. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, researcher Lee Ji-young. Now, we were able to think about the directions for the international cooperation of the Gyeonggido Office of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last part of today's conference. Now, as we set up the stage for the panel discussion, why don't we enjoy the video for the activities of international cooperation?
잡고 가보자 같이 가보자 아리랑 고개를 넘어가 보자
Now, we come to the hallmark of our today's conference. It is panel discussion. So as for the moderator, we have Ms. Kim Eun-young, who is the Senior Research Fellow of the Korea Education Development Institute. We're going to talk about the global educational cooperation, creating change and growth together. As for the panelists, first we have the Yang Jae-min, the Senior Research Fellow, and then we have Do-young Kim, the Director of International Exchange and Cooperation, Ki-yeon Park, teacher of the Pungsong Middle School, Jin-ho Kim, the student at Deokyeong High School, and Kim Sung-hwae, the school inspector, and then we have Hyun Lee, the administrator at the Yeoncheon County. By listening to the different voices of the on-site, we'll be able to think about the international cooperation and the future direction. Now, why don't we start? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Kim Eun-young. I'm the moderator of this session. My voice is quite small, so if you cannot hear me, listen to me clearly, then please raise your hand. Well, actually, the school inspector mentioned about the content which is being carried out at the Gyeonggido Office of Education and in schools in Gyeonggido. Except for, researcher Yang Jae-min, all different panelists are contributing to in-depth global cooperation within Gyeonggi region. I believe that today's conference is truly meaningful and important. I believe that many audience have different questions and curiosity about the international cooperation. So in this panel discussion, we are going to talk about the research output which was delivered also by the school inspector. And we're also going to discuss what kind of efforts we will need in the future. As for the order of the panel discussion, we're going to first hear about each different panels, their work scope, their experience, and also maybe their research accomplishments. Now, as for the self-introduction, why don't the panelists talk about them briefly before you make your proper presentation? Now, one of the important roles is definitely timekeeping. So, yes, if the panels are running out of time, then I will let you know. Yes, so please stick to your given time. Now, we have the students who seem to be nervous, but why don't we start with you, Miss Jenny? Hello, everyone. I am Jin Kim, and I'm studying in AI at Deokyeong High School. So now I'm going to talk about the cases of the Singapore program that I carried out at my school. So with the Singaporean students, I tried to prevent the problems of illegal dumping of waste and also to raise the social awareness. I have experience participating in the international cooperation projects. It was not a mere cultural exchange, but by setting concrete goals of program development to detect illegal dumping of waste. Now, let me share you the technologies and different observations of these projects, and I try to build cooperation to address social issues. Now, among these social problems, I raised the issue of illegal dumping of waste, and by using artificial intelligence, I decided to develop a program that can detect the illegal dumping automatically. During the development, there were many challenges. First of all, due to the difference in language and expression, there was a language barrier in communication, and technically, there were different variables, and it took a lot of time for me to address different errors in different environment. Because there were different development environments, there were some errors during the code development, and when the camera turned off, there was a problem of not recognizing the trash. However, with the progress of the time, we were able to better understand about each other's strengths, and as such, we were able to coordinate our cooperation methods. Singaporean friends had a strength in carrying out the systems and development, and I was able to raise the morale of the project members and build cooperation. By respecting each other's differences and respect, we were able to complete the projects, and ultimately, we were able to complete the programs that can detect the illegal dumping of waste. Through this project, I was able to learn many things. First was the enhancement of technological capacities. By directly developing programs and adopting the program, I was able to build a realistic experience about AI and programming. Second was strengthening cooperation and communication skills. With friends from different cultural backgrounds, I was able to understand different observations and perspectives. I learned to communicate with others, and not only linguistic communication, but I realized the importance of non-linguistic features as well as quasi-linguistic features. Third was the responsibility of addressing social issues. I was able to think deeply about the issues of illegal dumping, and with technological change, I was able to change and contribute, even though small, but to the society, and I was able to realize the importance of social participation. Through this international cooperation, it gave me the confidence that I will be able to proactively stand up and build cooperation and address issues of different society. And by communicating and cooperating with people from different regions, I would like to contribute more to creating better society. It was a meaningful activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I had a lot of questions as I hear from you, but I will ask questions after hearing from other speakers first. And now let us hear from researcher Yang Jae-min. Hello, everyone. I am Yang Jae-min from Korea Youth Policy Institute. Well, I don't have experience in running youth educational exchange, but I did a study and assessment on the educational exchange programs. So as I did this assignment, so there are some lessons learned. In order to facilitate international cooperation exchange, there are some aspects that I want to share. So I will focus on three aspects. First, even though we have a great program, if we don't know the direction, we don't have awareness, it doesn't go anywhere. So that's why the owner of the program has to set the clear awareness of the direction of the international exchange, what kind of skills that the students need to foster through the program, and how can it become a continued program to not just a one-off event. How can we plan the program? These kind of things have to be prerequisite before we start the program. To that end, we need to first analyze the characters and uniqueness of the students, and we need to understand the objective of the programs and connection with other programs, and these kind of preparations are important. And there are many levels of exchange programs, so tight and very solid planning is essential. In this aspect, global exchange and international exchange, fostering teachers and developing teachers should be also be important. And also, the school inspector said that after the COVID-19, there are many of the online international exchanges, and outbound became inbound programs. So many of the students in Korea and many foreign students in Korea and many foreign institutions in Korea actually partnered with us. So that means we can utilize resources in Korea, not just in other countries. And in terms of topics, we talk a lot about SDGs and climate change. Of course, these are important topics. But going beyond this one topic, as we do online exchange programs, we did vlogs and we filmed a daily life of the school life, like going to the school, the roads to the school, or eating at cafeteria. Those kind of things are shared, and that actually build understanding of each other. And we can start from there and then expand to the other topics. And the third one is, in order to develop international exchange, we need to study continuously. Monitoring and research are essential. In this aspect, Gyeonggido Office of Education made a special TF to assess the current status, and I believe this is the right direction, and I believe it is essential direction to go ahead to foster international exchange. How have we achieved? And then in order to check the achievement, we need to, of course, set a clear target. And if we don't achieve or underperform, we need to identify what are the causes, and we need to monitor these aspects and apply to the future plans. Only then we can develop international exchange and continue international endeavors. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you know, global cooperation doesn't have a tangible or clear existence or guidelines. So as I was listening to different panelists, I was able to realize about the goals of the global cooperation, as well as I realized that there are different criteria for the scope of global cooperation. Now here, Ms. Ginny mentioned about the Singaporean case, developing a program to address dumping of illegal trash. Now, this came to my mind. Why does that project have to be carried out with the Singaporean students? And as for researcher Yang Min, by setting clear goals, now maybe the teachers played an important role in planning. But here, maybe that kind of thing could be done with the Singapore students by building partnerships. Now, the awareness of our goals, just like researcher Yang mentioned, teachers may come up with clear design and plannings according to our initial purpose, and also extracting output from those efforts would be important. And also evaluating the accomplishment would be an important capacity for the teachers to have. Now, yes, I can say there are many different panelists, and I personally had the most curiosity from this case here to this panelist. Now we have Mr. Park Ki-hyun, the teacher from Poonseng Middle School. So why don't you share your case and experience? Thank you very much. I am Park Ki-hyun. I'm the teacher at the Poonseng Middle School. A few weeks ago, there has been an increase in the number of students at Poonseng Middle School. Yeah, for example, we had a real-time exchange with another country, and as students were introducing themselves, we had a student who were not able to introduce themselves properly in Korean. So during the international exchange, when we were sharing and we were introducing ourselves, we let the students to introduce themselves by using their native language. And we were really surprised because that student was usually quiet, but by speaking in mother tongue, he was able to introduce himself properly and well. So yeah, I realized the importance of considering diversity in international cooperation. As you know, there are many aspects of international exchange, such as multiculturalism, and yeah, it conveys different values. In 2009, I first started working in International Cooperation Division at the Poonseng Middle School. At our school, we have the Taekwondo Club and Soccer Club. And yes, with the students who are in Soccer Club, we visited Thailand for mutual interactions. And we decided to also select the students from those who are not the club members and visit the other countries. At the time, I realized that a decent amount of number, that is, a decent amount of budget is injected for a selected number of students for international cooperation. Of course, we can say that we try to select only a few number of students who will be adequate to visit the target countries, but as you can see, there is an unfairness here. And at the time, I came across a Scout program from another university, and I witnessed a new potential. That is, as I was doing the online interaction, now all students can take part in. So we can come up with an annual curriculum thanks to the help of online platform, and now currently the system is expanding. And if you look at the regular curriculum, currently this system is also being adopted to evaluation as well. In 2023, there was a huge earthquake at the southeastern part of Turkey. Around 30,000 people were damaged at the time. So at the time, we were building exchange to the schools in Turkey. And I sent a message to a friend in Turkey. And I saw a student exchanging social media message to a student in Turkey. And because we had a school at the northern part of Turkey, although there was no significant damage to that school, I realized that students were realizing the importance of international disasters and issues because in the past, these kind of global events seemed irrelevant to oneself. But now students realize that these kind of global disasters could also be closely engaged to oneself. And yeah, because we are usually cooperating in English, there are some language barriers. Currently, we are exchanging with 15 schools in 13 countries. Most of them are in America or in Europe. Now, therefore, for countries that does not select English as their official language, I believe that this could be an opportunity where we can expand our language capacity. And also the countries and the schools in that region could also question what kind of roles we can actually play here. Now, in the Gyeonggido Office of Education, based on high learning and artificial intelligence, we are carrying out AI education. And in sharing school, we are also coming up with relevant policies. And yes, based on this knowledge, I believe that the window of communication would be crucial. And along with high learning, the Gyeonggido Office of Education is carrying out various tools and education programs. I believe there will be a joint point where we can actually share our education with other schools in other countries. And lastly, in Pungseng Middle School, there was this one suggestion. By reflecting the characteristics of the region, we thought about how we can adopt international cooperation programs. In some sense, because Gyeonggido region is wide in scale, it will be difficult for us to standardize the yardstick. But at the same time, on the flip side, maybe we can ensure diversity. Why don't we use regional infrastructure? For each different district in Gyeonggido province, maybe we can build an exclusive, distinct education model by separating different regional districts. Maybe we can come up with different and various educational model. And as for spreading the Gyeonggido education to the world, I believe this will be a huge benefit. That comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Well, as I hear from you and read your articles and research, when you study from texts and learn theories, how meaningful does it? And as I hear from the Turkey's case and making mutual understanding, actually, when I did a meeting at the OECD a few years ago, I heard about the helicopter concept. So helicopter mom. So I learned that myself is actually a helicopter mom, like traveling together to overseas and giving opportunities to my child. And I actually do it. And my things are very intentional to foster certain global skills, but learning of others and being understanding of others. These are more important, and sometimes I forget about these important values. But as I hear from you and hearing from a little cases, maybe sometimes that can actually give us a great lessons to live our lives. And global exchange shouldn't be always something intentional, but sometimes it should be centered or led by fun aspects. And now we will hear from a officer, Lee Ho-eun, and I actually do not know and don't have much understanding of a regional endeavor in international exchange, because normally what I do is higher education. But today I want to hear the importance of international exchange program led by regional offices. Hello everyone, I am Lee Ho-eun, in charge of international exchange programs in Yeoncheon County, Yeoncheon-gun. Yeoncheon-gun is designated as a decreasing population area, so we have the smallest and population. That's why we have a lack of infrastructure for education. However, in order to offset this lacking, the Yeoncheon-gun County level is making efforts. In 2024, we have assigned designated as a leading district for educational development, and we are promoting international exchange initiatives based on the plan. We give opportunity for more students to experience other countries, and we send our students to Australia for a 2-week language training program. Actually, I went to Australia with my middle school students, and based on the passionate cooperation, this program is running smoothly. From the beginning, the schools send us the academic performance and attendance records in selecting students. So we ensure fairness and objectiveness in selecting students, and teachers actually participate in this program, so the students can safely participate in the language exchange program. But this program is solely funded by the Yeoncheon-gun government. That's why some schools say that this is a Yeoncheon-gun-led initiative not relevant to our school. But we ask Yeoncheon-gun County's support office, and we try to run programs together and in cooperation with other schools. And after this attempt, we found that more schools are engaged and engaged in the running the programs. And other than Yeoncheon-gun program, as the extension of school activities, students can have this opportunity to learn of others in other countries, and it provides rich experience and learning experiences. That's why local community and local schools have to work together with the government. And Yeoncheon-gun County will continue to work closely with the schools and Office of Education and Ministry of Education to make our students as a global leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, moving on to Mr. Kim. Now, actually, we are hosting today's event with the help of National Institute of International Education, because usually this institute usually centers around higher education led by college and university. But I believe that the international cooperation should start from the lower level to the lowest part of our education. Now, starting with you, Mr. Kim, could you share your cases about international cooperation? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Do-hyung Kim, the Director of International Exchange and Cooperation here at the National Institute of International Education. So, yes, just like moderator mentioned, As the director of International Exchange and Cooperation, that remark was something that I heard a lot. And here I would like to talk about that we are not actually only focusing on higher education. So yeah, there were different changes in the past. So just like Ms. Yang and other panelists, I have different opinions here. Now, the visitors from other countries for international exchange, they say that it takes a huge amount of money and energy, but at the Arirang House, we have a building that can accommodate more than 190 visitors. And for one night, it only costs 35,000 won. And now you can also stay at this dorm house if you want. Now, here I'm going to talk about the role and the cases of the National Institute of International Education. However, we also face challenges, so let me share my ideas on that. Now, first case is here at the NEED, we try to support the mutual cooperation and ecosystem between elementary and middle school. Yeah, here at this role scope, we need cooperation from 17 different cities and districts. Now, for that, we are currently operating elementary, middle school global education cooperation network. And that is sharing information about global education interactions and cooperation, and also carrying out education workshops that is raising prominent talents for international cooperation. And then we also have human resources exchange. Currently in this program, we have many students and faculty members participating in this exchange. And the director of the National International Education has now become the consultative body lead of policy. He is also sponsoring different programs and events. And so without charge, that is why the Education Office of Gyeonggido is able to use this facility. And also, the governor of the Gyeonggido Office of Education is proactively standing up for international cooperation. And we recently signed MOU and closely building cooperation. And this year, on March 20th and 21st, we also carried out a global education member stakeholder workshops. And here in this venue, we had also a consultative meeting with the teachers across the Korea. And there were 700 teachers that we invited. And we selected 70 out of these 700, and the satisfaction score was 100 points. Because there were a huge passion of the teachers, and I realized and I was able to learn the teachers' commitment to contribute to the international exchange and cooperation. And yes, I believe that every one of you who are in the audience have the same passion as well. And by expanding the best practices cases, and with these programs, and also we are also going to carry out the workshops for the teachers and administrative staffers, as well as providing platforms for operating education and global exchange. And we also have the guidelines for the education, interaction, and cooperation on the global stage. And based on this guideline, I would like to express my gratitude to the Gyeonggido Office of Education for creating this guideline. And after revising this guideline, we are going to publish the final version. Now, second is the government-level expansion of international interaction between schools and faculties. For example, we are also carrying out an overseas teachers dispatch program. In 2025, and there are many teachers who wish to dispatch to other countries. And this year we have 60 long-term teachers dispatched to overseas. And as for the short-term dispatch, we have 260 teachers. As for a Korean language teacher, there are 120 of them. And there is a less participation from the teachers of Gyeonggido province, so I would like to ask for your huge participation. And we're also building a lot of exchange with teachers as well as among high school students, university students. And at the Gyeonggido Province Office of Education, yeah, I've heard that there was a teacher who also visited to other countries and workshops as well. We're also operating centers for international cooperation and exchange. And by signing MOU this year, targeting 400 participants, the Gyeonggido Office of Education is going to request a new global conference. And I hope that many of you could come to the conference later on. And also by providing overseas support, yeah, we are also building bases for the cultural exchange and international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, we heard about many programs, so I believe that will be more interest in the programs. So last but not least, we're here from Kim Sung-hye. Hello, everyone. I am School Inspector of Kuri Namyangju Office of Education. I am in charge of Gyeonggi Gongyu School, and centered around the Gyeonggi Gongyu School, I will explain what we do. So I believe that you know about Gyeonggi Shared School or Gongyu School. It is student-centered school where it gives a diversified learning opportunities. It is a out-of-school learning platform, and Kuri Namyang Office of Education has designated as a leading district for the development of specialized models for regional education cooperation. As a local and regional, we work with various levels of educational institutions. We operate various educational cooperation programs, and we also participated in the program of teaching citizenship and discussion classes for students participating in the London Exchange Program. And through the sister relationship cities, with the sister relationship cities such as China as a cities, and we are also doing various types of programs. And as we do various exchange programs, we are expanding our scopes. And we are in progress of a Japanese exchange program, and for the participants, we provide opportunities to discuss about various issues and provide language learning trainings. And we are also doing cultural exchange experience activities for our students. And with the Yangpyeong campus and JA Korea Global Youth NGO, with them, we are planning to do online exchange programs with them. And most of these or shared programs by our school are centered on providing equal opportunities to students, which ensures equity in our education. Especially Kuri Namyangju Office of Education not only is limited to the school district, but also other areas. For example, and Jinhuang City and other cities, we are planning to do the partnership with China, Japan, and other cities. And through these endeavors, we are going to promote more international exchange programs. Of course, there's been many challenges. For example, designating a city or partnering with other city faced many challenges, so we had some difficulties in scheduling. In particular, exchange program requires a lot of a budget, and expanding the number of students had some limitations. And in certain programs necessitate funding from the local government. After finishing the shared schools program, we also had to establish the system where we can continue to build a network and relationship with the sister cities and others. However, the international programs did not limit it to the just the program itself, but rather it facilitated the students to have the foster citizenship as well as student-led learning. Also, city and level and other organizational levels, we built a network and partnership with others. I believe that actually have a lot of meanings. And by building global network, we build the foundation for international exchange through these kind of programs, and that endeavors can contribute. And that was possible because of the already built established network that was built by the local governments and local schools. And in the future, we will expand the current network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, so Ms. Kim mentioned an important point. So actually, there was an order of the question that was planned in advance, but let me just change the order. And because you mentioned about the relevant experience, let me first give you the questions. Now, every panelist talked about their own each experience. Now, were there any difficulties? And do you believe those programs would have been better if there were certain supports? But I would like to say here that when we are writing research report, we often talk about this boring term that is administrative and financial support. To simply put, if we have more financial support, then we usually believe that there will be a success in our programs. But as you are actually carrying out these programs, were there any obstacles and were there any rooms that you would like to see improved? So please, based on your experience, please give your experience. So first, starting with you, Ms. Kim. So were there any concerns or were there any requests from your side when you were carrying out this program? Yeah, so at the time when I was carrying out the international cooperation, there were differences in development tools and also language barrier. So whenever there are joint programs, I hope that there will be more supports in terms of joint and streamlined activities, and not only just expanding the activity time, but to help students to participate more smoothly in the programs. I hope there will be more education in tools and language.
Well, it's not that I participate in these programs, but I observed those programs. International exchange programs, a limitation of the schools. Well, actually, there is a limitation that schools pick students with already a language capability built in. But when it comes to these kind of programs, we also need to include underserved students. But normally, schools pick top students. So regardless of performance and language skills, we need to build a system where all the students are inclusive. In addition, even though we build a creative program, it is also important how students have intentions. We made the programs with good intentions, but I think someone mentioned this. Well, Europe and Western countries, they don't actually want to forge a partnership with us, but actually Africa and Southeastern countries want to forge a partnership with us. So when it comes to do the international exchange programs, sometimes when we do programs with underserved or underdeveloped countries' students, if you don't have the understanding of those countries and students, then the result cannot be good. So before we actually do the program, we have to understand the attitude and we have to have the consensus on what should be mindful of when you do the program.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Yang. Now, as others prepare their answers, yes. Yeah, I would like to echo the words by Dr. Yang. Now, actually, we usually say that we should lower down the level of internationalization of the higher education. And that was back in the days, I had a meeting with someone who was in charge of the global education in Paris. So at the time, I thought that higher education was usually focused on college and university. At the time, the speaker mentioned that the students with financial stability already have enough experience with global cooperation. And at the time, the speaker stressed that he usually focused on sending the underprivileged students to other countries. It was really impressive. And later on, whenever we had like D20 or other education international conference, I usually express that we have to send those underprivileged students to other countries as our main agenda of the globalization. Now, when it comes to think about global cooperation and exchange, it's not actually for the students who are financially wealthy. I think it's actually irrelevant with one's economic status. Now, when we think about ICT education, do you think the countries in isolated regions do not have such education? No, that's not the case. We have to acknowledge that education and economic status should be disconnected. And separately, we have to think about and how we can develop our global education. Now, as I was expressing my opinions, did you guys prepare enough for your comment? Yes, okay, so starting with you, Mr. Park. Okay, I'll be short. Now, basically, global exchange and cooperation program should be run within school curriculum. I think that should be the fundamental direction. And global exchange is based on mutual promise between the two countries. Now, if we only suspend 1 year, that is offsetting the accomplishments that we have been building so far for the past 3 to 4 years. I believe that international cooperation programs should be deeply embedded within our educational environment, and I believe that it is being deeply embedded within our environment. Now, the moderator mentioned that we should avoid thinking about budgets, but right now there are many policies like global cooperation and others. Now, this integration focuses and also respects autonomy and freedom. But whenever there's a new international cooperation, when there are like new teacher in charge of that cooperation program, he or she has to encompass all the process such as persuasion and carrying out an implementation of the international cooperation. So in that sense, we have to support the teacher who will be in charge of international cooperation. And as for matching process, we have to closely cooperate with the municipalities. In the past, the teacher had to access the site which matches the target school. But right now, including the Gyeonggido Office of Education, those matching processes are actually delegated to other institutes. But still, as a bottom-up approach, teachers should expand their scope by actively in person participating in those processes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So any additional comments? Teacher Park Ki-hyun said things, and then I actually agree with him as well as Kim Sung-hae. Well, we need to make a bottom-up process, and I believe that that is the task for the Gyeonggido Education of Office of Education as well as other institutions. And there are some schools that do good programs, and I know that there are some schools that are doing very well in Gyeonggido. And how we can make these programs better, and how can we build a program that facilitates system that facilitates good programs. LEG agreement with France and Germany and Helsing's agreement. So the good aspects about these is that to make better communication based on the education, we need to secure funding. And the funding was secured to support 1,000 institutions. And some countries or schools in France or Germany, if you pick partner school, then 1,000 schools are eligible to carry on their international exchange programs, and European Union actually have the successful case of running this program. So administrative burden was lifted, and there was actually successful case there.
Thank you very much. So, at the support agency or the municipalities, are there any comments that you guys have issues regarding cooperation with the education office or schools? Well, to be honest, when it comes to global cooperation, teachers are usually participated as a guide for the overseas workshop, and they feel burdened. We have 40 middle school students visiting Australia, and whenever there are unexpected accidents, then there could be a huge complaints from the parents. So that's why teachers are feeling burdened about overseas workshop. To prevent that, I believe that we have to sufficiently come up with preliminary studies. We have to study the environment or expected outcomes or incidents from the target countries. So in that way, we'll be able to prevent the accidents in advance. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a very important message. So pre-education or pre-training, that comes from teachers as well as a student. Why are we doing? Why do we do? And what can we achieve from this program? So when we have this understanding, participation and the immersiveness can be different. And university students in Korea have this program called AIMS. So when they go to other countries, understanding of other cultures and safety and many aspects are taught to them first. And Gyeonggido Office of Education is doing well in this aspect, but I believe that there are still a room for improvement and it can be improved more. And the next question, well, this was actually a first question in the pre-made questionnaire. So I think this globalization in school is very refreshing to me. And Gyeonggido Office of Education is planning it, and I want to know how much understanding is built among stakeholders, schools, and institutions. Do we believe the globalization of schools should be happened? And as you participated in these programs, how do you think stakeholders, including students and parents, understand the importance and objective of this globalization of schools? So anyone who have comments, please do so. So in Gyeonggi Middle School, it is a hub for schools. Gyeonggi Kongnyu School, as it expands its collaboration, and I believe the international school can be a tool to expand international cooperation. And to that end, collaboration with community and local governments is essential. And I believe based on these collaborations, the school capability can be improved. And through these programs, students can learn about other countries and they can respect other countries' cultures, and they can also foster their global capabilities, and teachers can also develop their capability by learning pedagogy of other countries. And schools can expand their capability of international exchange operation to the next level, and you can also be a leader of these endeavors. And schools' international exchange programs does not limit it to visiting other countries, but rather teachers, local communities, and students can grow together through these programs.
Yes, thank you so much for your well-prepared answer. Yes, Ms. Lee. Yes, who will be the next respondent? Yes, thank you. Now, starting from 22nd to 25th of July, we are planning to hold an international cooperation with a school in Nagasaki, Japan, because the airplane ticket is cheap right now. But as you know, there is a concern within the Japanese society. But as we were building the cooperation with Japan, there was this one male student who didn't like Japan, and he wanted to participate here. He wanted to confirm something. Now, after finishing the workshops in Japan, as he was returning from to the school, he asked about exchange student programs. So yeah, I told him that yes, I'll try to look it up. Yeah, because he actually had a proactive interest in these workshops. And another thing was that yes, there was one Japanese student who wanted to follow my Instagram ID, and here I realized that when someone follows you on Instagram, you can see the changes in profile photo. And at the profile photo, he uploaded the picture of Korea's national flag. And below, at his bio, he said that South Korea is a good country. So because, yes, I spent 4 days with Japanese students, I was really touched and proud. Now, citizenship, capacity, and sustainable proficiency, these things cannot be made in one day. We have to constantly expose these values to our students. Centering around citizenship, there will be schools and students. Here, school is the platform for students. And whether it's online or offline, among the relations with foreigners, students can grow themselves. Now, when a teacher has international exchange in one school and move to another school, then the online partner schools also move along with the teacher. That is, international cooperation is linked back and forth closely. So not only for students, but for teachers, international cooperation is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? The reason why we have to do it at the school level, mindset and attitude of students can be different. When we go together to the overseas, whether there's a teacher present or not makes a difference in students' attitudes. And also with officers or teachers, actually, parents feel different when students are going with the public officers or teachers. Also, we go overseas, but sometimes foreign students come to our county and get the education together. And in that case, operation of the programs goes smoother and participation is more active. So that's why I think that endeavor has to come from the school level.
Yes, starting with you, yes. Yes, school level interaction is important, and here at our National Institute, we provide it in the form of workshop. We have a Global Capacity Support Center, which is located in Jeju Island, and for supporting global capacity, yes, we are going to dispatch 400 teachers to 18 countries. And I would like to also emphasize that in this year's April, we made a step forward to global citizenship, and this year, by multiculturalism, we try to view the world education, and on May, with international students and Korean students, they came together to discover the Korea's education. Now that would be the important step to global leader, and also to fully manage the international cooperation. So as you can see here, different students from different backgrounds can come together with this global interaction program. And here at our institute, we are developing numerous programs. To add one more thing, just like Dr. Kim mentioned, school level exchange, going to overseas, actually dispatching a personnel would be difficult. But here we have to think about that. our classrooms, or just like Professor Yang mentioned, within our classrooms, we also have multicultural aspects. These multicultural students can also communicate with one another, and I believe it's really important to interact with those students. Do you all agree? Yes. So starting from classrooms, I believe that we'll be able to acquire global competency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yeah, let me be brief. International exchange can come from many areas rather than just from school, but still school level has some advantages. For example, it can have more reliability. There are many youth exchange programs, but it is difficult to find a reliable institution. But doing the international exchange with a school that is reliable is an advantage of a school level international exchange. And also, when it comes to youth exchange, sometimes the students have to apply for it, but when it's from schools, the news can be or the opportunity can be known to students equally. So that's why the information access aspect has more advantage when it's started from the schools.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, Ms. Kim said that if we're running out of time, that she will not actually answer the comments, but actually, yes. However, we do have some additional time, so we have to listen to the valuable voice of a student, so that's why we need to listen to the comment of Ms. Kim. Yes, please. Yes, so the reason why global cooperation is essential in school is because the students can directly experience different emotions and different languages. They can also acquire self-development. It provides relevant opportunities. With overseas students, that we will only be able to interact with textbooks. We can also acquire knowledge, but going beyond that, we'll be able to come up with practical measures and skills. And as I was carrying out the projects with Singapore students, even though there is a difference between culture and language, I realized that we'll be able to build cooperation even when we have same goals. And especially if we can carry out this communication within school, which is a safe place, then students will not be afraid of failure, but they will be able to make new challenges and opportunities. This will also contribute to our foundation of building cooperation.
Thank you very much. So this is the question that was from a people who are doing international exchange. The school inspector actually told us that there are many one-off exchange programs. They just go and experience and come back. But rather than this one-off event, if we can embed these programs in our daily school operation, and this global exchange and cooperation, what kind of a role can we play in this aspect? And of course, it is a very difficult question, but I thought that it's a meaningful question to think about. So, can you share your opinion? Teacher Park, can you share? Global exchange. Well, when I first started, I thought of a mutual visits, going to other countries by plane, and that's one thing that I first thought of, and few students. So that's why I actually joined online exchange programs because of that limitations. And this is very prone to political changes. If you don't have funding, then teachers think that, oh, this program will disappear. But then why is it so vulnerable to political changes? Well, I think that's because it's not very close to the center. Then what is the center? The center of the school is the education curriculums, and exchange programs have to be somewhat incorporated into the curriculum. Only then it can be continuous and sustainable. And that's what I thought. So in my school, Pungseng Middle School, in the regular curriculum, at least 3 exchange programs should be embedded, and then we do evaluation afterwards, and then we do writing letters to foreign students. We didn't have it, and I did it just one-off, but now we have the counterparty, so that's why it can be more meaningful activity. So evaluation and teaching and actual feasibility are guaranteed. Then I think a school level exchange can make sense, and that can build these activities, and students and school can work together to make it more smoother. And we have to build this real-time exchange or in non-real-time exchange into our annual program. And if we can incorporate that into annual curriculum, then other than just a mutual visits, is it just one package or just one-off event? It can be an annual thing.
Thank you very much for your opinion. Yes, Dr. Yang. Yes, as I mentioned, the existing international cooperation should not be limited to simply visiting to other countries. Should not be a one-time experience. It should be continuous. So I think the planning itself will be crucial. So depending on the purpose of the activity, we have to design the programs accordingly and how we can actually connect that with the overall project. So by carrying a preliminary study and carrying out the projects and making post-evaluation. And we also need to think about how we can connect this to higher level projects. As one of the panelists mentioned about the climate change projects, then here we can build exchange with other countries about climate change and environment, and after the completion, then for each respective country, then they can also share about what kind of activities they carried out after the workshop and projects. And then here, we might be able to reflect those opinions to the municipalities or the central government or submitting relevant agendas. And then maybe we can bring up the agenda to Global Summit. So here, mainstreaming the programs in this order and these different levels, we have to carry out the international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. In order to make an organic international exchange, we need to make a very thoughtful plans. Well, we only have 10 minutes left. So before we move on to the next question, since it is live streamed on YouTube channel, and we also have a participant here in the venue, so as the participants listening to this panel discussions, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Hello, I am Im Me-sun from Seorang Elementary School. Well, I maybe missed some part because of my class, my duty. It is international exchange. That means it's a two-way. The officer actually told us that sometimes students go overseas and other students come to Korea. But we normally talk about sending our students to others. But when I believe that it is also important to talk about foreign students coming to Korea, because that will provide more opportunities to broader students. So do you have any plans or of having more students, hosting students? And multicultural students is growing in number. And advanced countries is where we go normally, but most of the students from the multicultural background are not from advanced countries. So in the long term, I believe that sending students to the underdeveloped countries is more meaningful. So I will get another question and then to give time for discussants to think about the answers.
Hello, I teach English. I'm Lee Ho-tae, and I teach English at the Gyeonggido Incheon City. So at high school, I'm operating an international cooperation program, and as I was listening to the opinions of the doctors and students and teachers, yes, I believe it's important to focus on smart students, but to provide international exchange to all comprehensive level of students, I think it is crucial to provide this program to all. But as I was carrying out this international program, when I set up the live cameras and when I prepared the platform, there were some students who did not participate. There were students who just ghosted out. And it was really difficult to address this issue. But just like, yes, Ms. Kim mentioned, if we have this program within our curriculum and if we have this under the evaluation criteria, I think this is something that a teacher cannot just control on his own. Now, I cannot really comprehend how much difficulty this would be, but as we match the schools, if we can adopt evaluation authentication among the teachers, then maybe we can reflect this to the evaluation criteria. And secondly, as we try to make this universal, there are some students who are actively participating in international cooperation, but also there are students who does not have any interest in international exchange. So as we design this international cooperation programs, commonly saying, we have to think about how to motivate the students. We have to think about how to induce students to this international exchange programs. So because we have a student among the panels, so from the perspective of a student, what will be the effective measure to attract students to the international exchange program?
So to summarize, cases and multicultural issues was the first question, and I will also touch upon the second question about the evaluation. But I still want to answer to your question first. So when we send students through evaluation, I believe there are some limitations, but that is the rather easier way for us to take. When it comes to international exchange, what is the objective? What is the value? We want to make efforts to force students to see the same value, and I think that is the teacher's responsibility. Evaluating scores, so that's why you have to participate. Rather than these passive participation, we need to provide intrinsic motivation to our students. Why it's fun, why it's meaningful. We need to give this meaning and motivation to our students, and that's what matters. So evaluation, yes, it's necessary, but if we just focus on it, I don't think that's the best way to go. That's just my personal note. So we have several questions. Teacher Park, I feel like you are the one who can answer it the best. Okay? From October 22nd and 26th, students from Turkey and Japan will visit us. And actually, it's been 3 years since we forged partnership with a Turkey school. We cannot go to Turkey. If it is in Istanbul, we may go, but it's not Istanbul. It's near 500 kilometers away from Istanbul, so it's not very accessible. But we asked whether they would come to Korea, and they said yes. So we invited them to come to our school. So this inviting exchange, there are a great impact when other foreign country students come to our school. So presentation and Q&A, and these sessions actually give a lot of impact to our students. And in terms of the multicultural, and I do Asia countries and European countries, but I intentionally put one country from multicultural centered countries so that these students from the multicultural background can be shined in the classroom. So that's one thing that we do. And in terms of the no-show that you mentioned, sometimes some students or countries schools don't show up. I didn't actually have that experience. I met a lot of students through club activities, but it is a limited number of students. We have a better environment to understand each other. if you can experience the first to third club activities with the schools, and then we select a few schools and then put that into the curriculum, and that way actually made us a smoother operations. And at the beginning of the club activities, we actually didn't have students who can do who has English capacity. So we differentiated, broken down into categories like art and painting, dance, and sports. So more diverse students come and participated and in this international exchange programs. And when we do the real-time exchange, I always include the performance. Although they not excel in English proficiency, but sometimes they can do better in dancing and they excel at dancing. It's not as long as it can include more people, we can think of more ideas.
Yes, so as I explained about the question to Ms. Kim here, yeah, so from the perspective of a student, can you give some answers? Or are there any ideas? First of all, centering around the student-led clubs, maybe we can connect with international partners. And as you know, there are international partner schools. So why don't we divide that school into half, and maybe like 1 or 2 times every month? Maybe we can operate online programs in the classrooms. Yes. Thank you. Now, as we were operating sharing school, I realized the difficulties of teachers. Now, even though we don't have much time, then how can we support those teachers? Yes, that would be actually important. So can you guys share any interesting cases or maybe like providing platforms where we can share ideas? Now, do any of the panelists have anything to add on to this my comment? Now, do any of the panelists have anything to add on? Oh, okay, yes, Mr. Kim, yes. Were there any questions from online? No? Okay, then. Yes, please, Director Kim, I'll give you 1 minute. Yes, first of all, I would like to stress that at the National Institute for International Education, to encourage international exchange of the teachers, our institute played our best effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've touched upon various topics under the theme of international exchange, and we shared our experiences and ideas. Thank you, everyone. And if you have any questions remained, you can contact discussants separately. That concludes our panel discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sustainable cooperation. We thought of directions and support systems. And thank you very much. And please give them a big round of applause once again. And now it's time to conclude our event. Thank you very much for gracing your presence here in the venue. And thank you very much all the participants joining us online, going through it until the end. And I hope that we can make this conference can be a seed of the future global educational cooperation for a peaceful and sustainable global village. Thank you very much, everyone. Please let's give a big round of applause to each other. Thank you, everyone.